Good morning. Let's continue our interviews with candidates with respect to compliance with the competence criterion. Right now, the Commission will interview Oleg Petrovich Opishniak. Before that, I would like to remind you that you, Mr. Opishniak, will have at first 5 minutes to present yourself, to tell us what you think is necessary to tell us before the interview, in particular information which is necessary to understand why you decided to participate in this competition, your motivation. Then each member of the Commission will have about 10 minutes to ask questions to you that have emerged with respect to the conclusions regarding those indicators of the competence criterion which are given in Annex 1 to the procedure on the conduct of the competition. If there are or follow-up questions, members of the Commission can ask them once this round of questions is over. We have a request to you to answer questions clearly, concisely, without provision of some extensive examples, not to use mottos, etc. So, if you have a chance, please answer the questions during up to 2-3 minutes, and we will be grateful for that. And at the end, once the Commission completes with its questions, you will also have 5 more minutes to say a few concluding remarks and to express what you've forgotten to say or what you've considered as necessary to state while answering questions. So, please, your first 5 minutes begin now, please. Good morning, dear members of the Commission. My name is Oleg Opishniak. I am the prosecutor of the Unit on Internal Security Division of the General Inspection of the Office of the Prosecutor General. I was born and grew up in Kiev. I got the specialty of legal science in Kharkiv. I'm married. I have 1 daughter. I have positive experience of managing a range of regional prosecutors' offices, independent structural units of the regional prosecutor's office, and a positive experience of working in the authorized unit on issues relating to corruption prevention in the office of the Prosecutor General. My motivation to participate in this competition is that I feel that I have sort of adapted before our defenders who during the war protect all of us. Protect my family and me. I'm convinced that their motivation is not a desire to protect someone's private or financial interests, those of oligarchs or politicians. They defend their land, they defend their homes, their families. Risking every day, I'm sure that they believe that once they come back, they will live in a completely different countries, if not them, but their children, that there will be a country free from corruption. So therefore, I would really want to join the process of changing our country. And I hope that my experience, my skills, my energy will be useful and that I will be able to really help our country to enter the family of European countries. I think that the NABU is one of the biggest and most effective bodies in the sphere of fight and prevention of corruption. They effectively perform their work. They have some results of their work. In my opinion, there have been no serious procedural mistakes. There have been established no facts of external management, and there are no high-profile scandals. But I believe that some things might be improved. First of all, I would pay attention to, of course, the improvement of professionalism of the NABU employees and effectiveness of their work. For this purpose, it is necessary to create a system of ongoing qualification improvement, upbringing, formation of highly professional lawyers and investigators. Besides, I believe that it is necessary to improve and enhance coordination of the NABU's activity with other bodies in this anti-corruption system, such as the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, NACP. I think that it is necessary to take measures in order to determine specific measures for the implementation of the regulatory statutory right of the NABU for independent wiretapping and interception information from the telecommunication network, because a permanent request to the Security Service of Ukraine creates a specific threat for the disclosure of such events. Besides, I think that it is necessary to take additional measures to increase the authority of the NABU bodies. There exists a situation of some decrease in the authority of the NABU, which is related to the situation that at the beginning of the establishment there were excessive expectations among citizens regarding results of the NABU's work. Besides, it is also related to the fact that there were some informational mass media coverages of information attacks by the mass media and an objective coverage of the NABU's work. There is the lack of awareness among citizens about real jurisdiction of criminal proceedings of the NABU. Because of that, there are excessive expectations and the idea that the NABU is responsible for fighting all manifestations of corruption in our country. For that, in my opinion, we need to carry out awareness-raising work to engage more employees of the NABU in public events in order to highlight their position, to explain the role of the NABU and competencies of the NABU. In order to prevent information attacks, in my opinion, it is necessary to swiftly respond to all facts of coverage, objective coverage of materials by the mass media, to provide explanations with respect to whom it may be favorable to undermine the institution, to swiftly inform about efficient investigations, their completion, and about results of bringing people to responsibility who committed corruption and return to the state of those funds that were appropriated by them or moved outside the country. That's all? Yes, thank you. Yeah, please, Karen.
Good morning and welcome. My first question has a little bit of history to it. As you may recall, after the Revolution of Dignity in 2014 and 2015, the Prosecutor General's office hired experts from Georgia to come in and reform the unit, which I believe you are the head of now. It did not go very well. You probably recall the Diamond Prosecutor case, where there was a search warrant conducted on a prosecutor in the Prosecutor General's office, and significant amounts of diamonds and other forms of currency were found And ultimately, the prosecutor who was the subject of that search warrant has never had any sort of action taken against him. And of course, the prosecutor general at the time actually showed up at the search warrant and interfered with the investigators doing the work, and subsequently the Georgian expert was fired. So tell me how we go from this clear disaster of enforcement in terms of inside the Prosecutor General's office in 2015 to you coming into this unit in 2017 and what you did as a leader to reform the unit to make it effective. How many employees do you have now? How many cases do you have now? And what culture did you bring into the unit in order to reform it?
Yes, really. In 2017, pursuant to results of the transparent competition, I was recommended to be appointed into this unit of internal security of the General Inspection. I know about the situation that you mentioned in your question, the so-called case of diamond prosecutors. It was a very scandalous case. It's really has a very bad reputation, and to some extent it throws shadow overall on the General Prosecutor's Office in general. After that, there were some changes. Several general prosecutors changed since then, and I believe that the General Inspection works right now extremely effectively. I can't say that I have a lot of subordinate employees in the General Inspection. I work in a team of prosecutors of Internal Security Unit in the General Inspection. Our values include currently decency, respect to others, being target-oriented, and focusing on the important. I think that the work that we have right now in the unit of internal security and the procedural management unit, which is also included into the structure of the General Inspection, is quite effective. According to authorities delegated to the unit of internal security, first of all, we prevent corruption manifestations among employees of the prosecutor's office, and we take measures to identify those facts and to respond to those facts, negative facts that take place in their work or via their violations of rules of ethics. Employees of the unit of procedural management ensure procedural management over criminal proceedings investigated with respect to employees of the prosecutor's office.
Thank you. Would you tell me?
Oh, okay.
Would you tell me how you, what your unit does to prevent? Oops.
Мене потухла лампочка.
Червоний ліхтар має.
Не горить.
There are problems with the headphones.
Добре.
Would you tell me what your unit does to prevent corruption in the Prosecutor General's office? Do you have trainings for the prosecutors? If you could give me some specifics about what you do on the prevention piece.
In order to prevent corruption, we have an entire set of measures taken. Unfortunately, right now, the declarations are closed of persons who are authorized to fulfill functions of the state and local self-governance. Before that, we were monitoring these declarations on a permanent basis, funds, assets, property that employees of the prosecutor's office have, in order to clarify the legality and lawfulness of acquisition of this property and these assets by them. We control on a permanent basis, not only through analysis in the mass media, we analyze requests from citizens, civil society organizations, other stakeholders, and we monitor all facts of prosecutors committing unethical deeds and offenses related to corruption or corruption offensing, as well as other criminal offenses, and accordingly we respond to them. In order to increase awareness of prosecutors about the way how they have to comply with the rules of professional ethics and how they have to declare their property, fulfill their duties regarding declaration of their property, we participate in the conduct of trainings in the training center of prosecutors of Ukraine. Besides, in 2017, I joined the unit of internal security of the General Inspection. Later, I felt the need to improve further, and I participated in the competition for becoming a trainer in the training center of prosecutors of Ukraine. And this form of training is very effective. It is accessible for all prosecutors of prosecutorial bodies. Thanks to innovative systems that were implemented by the management of the training center, we can involve the maximum amount of prosecutors, not only in the capital, but also from the most remote parts and areas of our country.
So the training that you do is given at the training center. How often do prosecutors get trained specifically on the code of ethics? And how many of your staff is charged with engaging in that training, monitoring who takes that training, and what is your mechanism to determine compliance with the code of ethics after the training is given?
In the General Inspectorate, as far as I know, we have at least 5 trainers who have attended appropriate training in this center and are involved into the development of training programs. The training center and the training there is not a mandatory thing, but at the beginning of the calendar year, the training center conducts survey of the people that may attend those trainings in terms of the topics that they may be interested in. And once they get those proposals, then the trainers kind of add them to the program and fill this program with the courses that need to be offered to the prosecutors. We believe that we need to constantly include into this program the trainings on professional ethics, on how prosecutors should observe the professional ethics. In terms of the way they absorb this knowledge, we conduct the secret checks of the integrity of prosecutors, and we check their surveys and then the special forms on integrity, as well as declarations on integrity that the prosecutors submit by the end of March.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Будь ласка, Кирило.
Kirilla, please. Mr. Pishniak, you said that the NABU needs to be fully autonomous to be able to read information from telecom systems, networks. In your view, this level of autonomous operations, does at least one authority in Ukraine has that kind of, autonomous operation level? No, I don't think so. I don't think that any authority in Ukraine has that kind of level of autonomous operation, but I think that NABU is a special body, and we have special procedures for selection of employees for NABU, and that helped to create a team of really motivated and skilled employees. And I think they can do much more than regular authorities, and there is a demand from the society. Can you please stop here? Sorry, as I understand we had some technical issue. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4. So, in short, I think that NABU is a special body, a specific body, and we can trust it with a full level of autonomy. I believe that only this body managed to ensure top level of investigations and the prosecution of senior officials, and managed to return a huge amount of money to the national budget. When I decided to apply, I was deeply confident in it, and I believe we need to complete this work that has been started to provide NABU with a full level of autonomous operation. And I mean, we need to complete all these measures, actions, so that NABU has all the necessary facilities and equipment to be able to operate in this way. Do I understand you correctly that one of the ways for the development, you want to take out the NABU from the system of checks and balances, because all the other law enforcement agencies are within this checks and balances system? Will it not create certain risks? Because who is going to supervise NABU then? No. I don't think that NABU needs to be taken out from the checks and balances system and not to have some leverage over NABU. No, what I mean is NABU needs to have all the necessary tools for its operation. I don't want to put under doubt the existence of other authorities, but NABU needs to be able to perform its operations properly, and that limits its capabilities, and in some cases it leads to the fact that when employees do not really carry out certain measures, being afraid that they will not be able to deliver result. And I think that civilian control is something that we will need, and I think that this civilian oversight commission, oversight body, its authorities need to be enhanced, because it makes the work of NABU better. In your view, in your opinion, as a probable director of NABU, potential director, is it necessary to observe the principle of publicity? What I mean is, everything that may indicate a criminal offense need to be registered Or should NABU still focus on result without trying to conduct as many investigations as possible? Well, we need to look for a balance here, because the legislation requires that you register absolutely every fact of corruption, and only when you do the pre-trial investigation you can understand whether indeed the criminal offense did happen, if it led to some losses, and if there is a person that is guilty. But we need to look for balance, sensible balance, and focus on the most important things. We need to prioritize. That would help citizens also to understand why they hired director of NABU and the staff of NABU, whether they are really discharging their duties effectively, whether they are achieving the goals and objectives. As a person with a solid experience, I understand that criminal investigation and other procedural actions can take some time. But people want changes, and then they want them fast. They want to see really fast results. So if I am appointed the director of NABU, it would be important to determine the range of criminal proceedings that are already in the pipeline, where there are sufficient evidence in place, or that require not many evidence to collect, so that we could complete them effectively and refer to court. In practice, how are you gonna build communications, not with heads of departments and units, but with detectives who are not heads, but they work on a daily basis? Why I'm asking this question? What is an effective model of communication between the supervisor manager with everyone who is working on the ground? The managers, supervisors, they are always under spotlight, yeah, and they need to create certain culture, and their truthful, honest actions, their attention to people, everything that depends on the formation of this culture in the team. Only by acting so can you create a transparent and a friendly environment. I think that a manager, supervisor needs to be accessible for detectives too. I would need to think how to organize it properly, but I think it is important that we have communication not only through the filter of heads of units or departments, but important to be able to talk to detectives too. I mean, ordinary detectives, to understand what they're doing in their daily lives and what are their needs. And especially the experience of operation of businesses, in business companies, it indicates that sometimes best ideas, best initiatives come not from the level of supervisors, but regular employees who face regular operation on daily basis. Pavilas.
In your opinion, NABU director, what kind of what should be the main or vital competence NABU director has to have?
Well, I would prioritize the commitment to truth, honesty, and respect to other people. I think that you need to create in your team an environment with high demands, but with a low level of fear, so that the staff are not afraid to say the truth, so that they are committed to develop themselves and others.
What about such competencies like leadership or manager or administrator or resistant to stress and so on?
Я вважаю, що
I think that what I mentioned are the signs of a good leader. He must say the truth. If he doesn't say the truth, if he doesn't pay attention to that, he will not have a chance to make balanced decisions. He must, or she must, act honestly in relation to his staff. He must respect the rights and interests of other people. Stress resilience, well, it goes without saying, because if you talk about the law enforcement agency of that level, I mean any work in any law enforcement agency, it leads to constant stress. You are pressured by the tight deadlines, by expectations of the citizens of the country. They expect you to respond fast to the offenses that they know about and they read on the news, or the scandals that they see on the web. So they want a quick response, and it is certainly a necessary feature of a leader, stress resilience.
If it would be your choice, your decisions, the NABU director should be leader, manager, administrator.
я би все ж таки
I would seek a balance, sensible balance. He must be a leader and administrator too. A leader to focus the team on important goals and determine priorities. And administrator, manager, he needs also to be able to provide necessary funding and necessary facilities for his institution, to improve the working conditions of NABU staff. First of all, the premises, labs, places for storage of documents, archives, restrooms. Also, organization and establishment of units that will have criminal forensics experts, OSINT experts. I mean the investigations based on open sources, financial analysts to digital experts. and to be able to integrate them into the process of identification of possible criminal offenses and further pretrial investigation. So for me, it's a combination, sensible combination of leadership qualities and administrative qualities. If I am appointed to this position, I would try to delegate my duties, and I focus on the most critical roles, my most critical jobs.
Goals. How do you define goals as a leader? You mentioned that leader has to define goals. How do you personally define goals?
I would listen to the team here. Having analyzed all the areas and where we need to be effective, because no authority, no body, no public agency can cover absolutely everything. You need to set 2 or 3 goals, 2 or 3 priorities. And communicate them to the entire team of NABU. And help to achieve those objectives. And ensure that team members also coordinate their own personal goals with the goals set to the entire organization.
Listen to the team. How do you integrate your team, or how, in other words, how do you unite your team around the goals you have set?
I think that if I manage to create an open, transparent environment of mutual trust, this will promote the integrated nature of the team. After all, I support the idea that not mottos unite the team and make it move forward, but transparent, sincere, transparent, sincere, genuine atmosphere of mutual respect and mutual assistance frees additional energy, thanks to which people may do even more than they thought at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Alexei, please. Thank you. Good morning, Oleg. Good morning. Can you please tell us, I remember how you passed your personal tests, right? Do you remember in another room we were? As far as I remember, you were writing it probably the longest time, and you were the last to leave the room, right? Psychological test. Yes, right. That's an interesting moment with respect to taking the only answer to which you answered the extreme option. That is the question about that in case of conflict between children, would it be appropriate to allow fighting children to clarify their relations on their own? And you chose that it would be correct to pacify fighting children. There were many questions, as you remember, and only this question resulted in the fact that you chose this extreme right option. So for that 100% sure, it will be to take them away and to pacify children. You approached this test in a very sensible way. You were thinking the longest time about it. Can you please tell us why did you choose this particular answer to this question? Yes, I remember this test very well. I feel slightly inconvenient for that situation because I was sitting at the front of the room and I saw that people were leaving, but I didn't expect that all people left by that point. So then we were talking with a psychologist, and I discussed this with her as well. Not this particular, but the issue that I had some difficulties while answering questions in this test. Why? Because the suggested answers were very extreme for me, and for me it was very difficult to choose some answer among them. As a rule, when I was applying my vision to the situation, it was somewhere in the middle, so it was a balance. But after 10 or 20 tests, I had a warning on the screen that I have too many intermediate answers, and this may result in some incorrect evaluation of me, and the system suggested me to provide more categorical answers, more opposite answers. But I can say that I did that for some time, but then still I returned to what was more convenient for me. In many cases, I thought that I would not choose these opposite answers, extreme answers. Somewhere I was closer to one answer, somewhere I was closer to another answer. But really, I didn't have many extreme answers. That was the most extreme, right? In this case, and I didn't have any doubts about this particular question, but when I was answering that, on the other hand, if the question was a bit different and we were talking about adults, I would not have chosen this answer. Maybe because we were talking about children, so therefore I was taking this position and I had to take the role of some role model teacher, a person with experience, an adult who had to find some way to pacify them and not to allow them to have a conflict or to confront each other. Because, in my opinion, children were deprived in this situation of the opportunity to take a decision on their own, that it's better to find some consensus rather than to be in a conflict. So, therefore, I had this categorical answer in this case. I hope that I managed to explain why, but I'm again sorry for being the last, for delaying the entire team. No, it's not a problem. The main thing is for you to be able to show yourself in the best possible way. Yeah, I left the room feeling a bit of guilt because I saw that everyone was waiting only for me. You were on time back then, so you have nothing to feel sorry for, so everything is fine. In your self-presentation, you emphasized that it is necessary to train employees of the NABU. Can you please tell me, in your opinion, what directions of knowledge should be improved among employees of the NABU, and on which you would focus, so that you could improve the skills of the NABU? If there is a distribution among divisions, then please mention that as well. So, in your opinion, who should learn what? Creation of the system of ongoing training, in my opinion, is very important. As far as I know, such ongoing training is organized in the NABU, but the world is changing rapidly all the time. Information technologies develop. offenders and corruption offenders also improve their skills. They develop new schemes. They also apply information technologies. They use some methods of resisting during the investigation of criminal proceedings, either while looking for those assets that they managed to hide somewhere. So therefore, time and this dynamic development of our society caused the need for ongoing training. What specifically? I think that it would be very promising. Currently, I think that detectives, operational agents of the NABU, have a huge amount of information to deal with, and it is difficult for them to. It is more difficult for them to process it, to analyze it, and at the same time to fulfill their immediate duties regarding investigating criminal proceedings. In this case, we need additional knowledge, additional skills with respect to the work with digital data, with respect to conduct of criminal analytics, with respect to OSINT investigations, with respect to financial analysis, with respect to digital analysis. All this knowledge, all these skills, in my opinion, should be developed by among employees of the NABU, and they should effectively use them. In my opinion, it will significantly increase effectiveness of their work. Thank you. Can you please tell me why? What have you managed to learn separately? What have you been learning in order to improve your effectiveness over the past 3 years? In order to improve my effectiveness over the past 3 years, first of all, I tried to read more. I love reading. I think that this develops me more. My worldview gets broader. I try to learn English. Unfortunately, my work does not allow me to do that very effectively. What is the complexity? In school, I was learning French and not English, and I know French rather well. But then I saw that basically it was useless for me. Because English is more prevalent, and therefore I've tried. I can't say that I don't have that achievements in this sphere. I always hope to find more time and to focus more on mastering English. Books, do you read fiction, or do I understand you correctly? Fiction? Yes, fiction. Can you please tell me, in your opinion, what are you an expert in? I have significant experience of working in law enforcement bodies. When I started my career, frankly speaking, I didn't see myself in law enforcement activities. That was my vision when I was graduating, that probably I would work in some private sector. But life has turned out in such a way that I work in the law enforcement sphere. And with time, I started realizing that it was not an accident, because work in the law enforcement sphere, in law enforcement bodies, corresponded more to my character, to my values, to my vision. I also share expectations of our citizens regarding justice. I also want to have justice. So when I start a criminal proceeding, I try to bring it to a logical end, so that an offender would be properly punished and the harm inflicted would be compensated. Can you please tell me what is the best case that you've had in your career? You mentioned that your basis is the law enforcement activities, and why this case has been so important for you. Based on my experience of work, I would like to recollect the period when I worked at the position of the environmental prosecutor. While having been appointed to this position, I would have never thought before that that violations in the ecological sphere are related to the economy to that extent, that this is such an in-depth sphere, and that there are so many shortcomings and violations there. I worked in the western region of our country, and our prosecutor's office focused on identifying criminal violations in the sphere of forest use and in the sphere of natural resources use. And we all saw that all these violations were related to the economy. Before some specific changes in the legislation regarding Article 209 of the Criminal Code legalization, there was the increased sanction for not all crime could be the predicate crime. A range of criminal proceedings initiated by us were initiated under Article 209, among other things, because we saw that where we had illegal forest use, which inflicted damages in the amount of hundreds, thousands of hryvnias, in millions of hryvnias, its goal and means of the war consisted in legalization in illegally obtained wood or illegally obtained natural resources to make them look as legally obtained for the purpose of their subsequent export. We had very interesting, very effective measures taken. A range of schemes were closed, but with time new schemes emerged, and unfortunately those changes that took place in the legislation significantly decreased the scope of those predicate crimes under Article 209 that could be initiated. Subsequently, we could restrict ourselves only to the registration of criminal proceedings regarding bribery or abuse of official position, or if we were talking about the state forest protection, that was the excessive use of authorities. Thank you. Thank you. Please, Drago, you're welcome to ask questions.
Good morning. So, which is the last book you have read?
Boris Johnson. That is a book authored by Boris Johnson, The Churchill Factor.
Не почув ваше питання.
No, why? I really liked it. Boris Johnson has a very nice writing style. It's easily comprehensible. I managed to see the Churchill personality from another perspective. I chose this book. I have a range of books which wait for me, which I want to read. I tried to read different books. At first, I wanted to read, it was interesting for me to read Harari, Sapiens, and to see this interesting theory of the origin of Homo sapiens development till the present times. But when the intensification of the military conflict started, and there emerged some demand for a leader during the war, and I saw that our president, who back then had a rather low ranking in the population, and he managed somehow to unite the society, how more popular he became, his daily speeches. and support of the population, but I didn't want to talk about him. But during this period of time, during this complex situation, caused the change of this particular book. I wanted to see about how the leader of the UK looked like during the Second World War. I knew that actually Britain and Churchill back then were on their own with the danger that was they were facing, and basically at the very beginning there were negotiations and offers. There were offers from Hitler, from Mussolini to Churchill to agree. And let's stop on the. You've made a good ad for a book. Those who have not read it want to read it. By the way, it's a very interesting book. I enjoyed it.
Okay, let's say since it was about Winston Churchill, which of his statements you would take as a, let's say, as a guide for your work as director of NABU? He said many things, let's say, but which ones would you take as your guidance for the work as director of NABU?
His most famous expression is his call to the British citizens not to give up, never surrender, to fight in the air, on the land, in the sea. That is his speech when he did not promise an easy victory, when he promised sufferings and tears. I would not, answering your question, I would say that I would not take this speech or expression. I followed his behavior. In those conditions, when he became the prime minister, he was in the environment in which the majority still, we can say so, the elite of the British, of the UK, were against starting the confrontation and starting the war with the fascist Germany. They were supporting the idea how the French did, but that's a very controversial personality based on this book, as I've understood, Churchill. But he had charisma, his vision, and how we should act in these difficult situations without listening to Chamberlain, to Halifax, but his talents allowed to convince the parliament and the society that it was necessary to start the confrontation, because there could be no agreements with the aggressor, and in order not to get shame and loss, it was necessary to start the war.
Let's say in your professional life, how much have you dealt with corruption cases until now?
Well, if you talk about my professional life, there have been a lot of the cases. It happened often. I mean, the corruption cases that I investigated, or where I will perform the procedural management or investigation, or checks, for example, if these were corruption-related offenses. Drago, sorry. Yes, I checked the clock. Yeah, we need to vote. Yeah, let's continue. At the moment, since I'm working in the internal security unit, my work is related rather to prevention of criminal offenses and response if we detect the offenses that are referred already to the appropriate authorities, and our staff of the General Inspectorate continue doing this investigation. But when I worked in the past, in a district level prosecutor's office or regional level prosecutor's offices, I saw more facts, and I was involved in more facts of investigations of criminal proceedings related to corruption.
Position, let's say, if you identify some misbehavior of other prosecutors, do you investigate them by yourselves, or do you refer this work to somebody else?
No, at the moment, the General Inspectorate has two units: the internal security unit, where I work, one of the units, and the procedural management and criminal proceedings as to the offenses committed by prosecutors. And this structure and my authorities at the moment do not require investigations as such. We need to detect them, collect primary data, and initiate the registration of criminal proceedings, and then refer them to the pre-trial investigations. And then my colleagues from the procedural management unit continue investigating.
Said something which I think we all agree with, and all the candidates have said the same, that, let's say, the interception of communications has to be done by NABU itself, not by the SBU. So, but if you would be asked by someone, okay, can you please explain me what are the risks that communications for NABU are being intercepted by the SBU, what would you say? Why would you move this power practically to NABU?
Well, that makes it difficult. I mean, the situation that we have at the moment, it creates certain difficulties and influences the effectiveness of NABU. Even the previous director spoke about the need for that, and he worked a lot on that, and it was effective because that right to NABU was eventually given, but because of certain reasons, I mean, it has been set out in legislation, but no specific steps have been made. And I think that could be a breakthrough for NABU for better effectiveness of NABU work, and that would be a breakthrough decision for our country, because there is a monopoly for these kind of actions in our country for other law enforcement agencies. And now we are talking about the need to reform these law enforcement agencies, and we talk about the fact that NABU has to resort to SBU for that kind of actions. But there has been a lot of talk about the need to reform SBU. And the results of the first day of the war just confirm it. A lot of experts, specialists, say that this body needs to be deprived of the authorities to investigate economic crimes. It must focus on the security of our country.
To interception of communication. So let's say all intelligence services around the world have the powers and the facilities to conduct interception of communications. So, you know, the equipment to do that costs a lot. We speak about millions here, millions of euros or dollars. So what would be the point, let's say, having SBU having the equipment for the interception of communication, and NABU have it, and SBI, NBI, National Bureau of Investigation too. So don't you think that, let's say, having the equipment used by all the agencies is a better solution than having 3 or 4 pieces of equipment in different agencies? And whatever answer you give me, please give me also the reasons why you think so.
Indeed, the equipment is expensive. I will divert a little bit from your question, but these are the steps that are needed for NABU to be able to intercept the information from telecom networks and read it. And without additional funding, without appropriate equipment, facilities, that would not be impossible. So it would be only a declaration that, yes, we want to do that, but technically it would be impossible to do it. We won't have necessary equipment for that. But I mean, you're quite right. You say that a number of public authorities have this equipment and it's expensive, and other authorities would love to have that kind of equipment too because of their considerations. But it is NABU that is fighting corruption on the highest levels, and this is the competence of NABU. And investigations are complicated, and detecting those offenses and investigating them, it's hard. And overcoming this resistance on behalf of senior level officials and government officials is also hard, and that's much more important than for other agencies that investigate other types of crimes and that are not that serious, not that important. And fighting corruption and preventing corruption would contribute to the economic development of our country. So I think it would be sensible and very good investment to the future of our country. NABU needs this equipment. NABU should be able to intercept the information and decide on its own how to use it.
You said several times that the authorities of NABU have to be increased. Which authorities of NABU you would increase?
Maybe I wasn't quite exact. I wasn't speaking about increasing the authorities as such. I am in favor of independence of NABU. I think we should, all of us, we should do everything to ensure that NABU is autonomous, not only in the area of interception of telecom networks, but we need to ensure that NABU has no pressure from outside, from people in the government that have poor level of integrity, or some groups of people who want to influence NABU for the sake of their own interests. I rather meant not the increasing of authorities, really, because I think NABU has a lot of authorities and opportunities. I meant that we need to make sure that NABU can intercept information, that we need to focus on increase of the skills of NABU staff and increase the effectiveness of their work, and improve the profile of NABU among the population, the image of NABU.
A practical one. Let's say now you're director of NABU, and one of your detectives approaches you and tells you that he just received a clearly illegal request of the prosecutor from Sappo. He doesn't know what to do, so what would you advise him, or what would you personally do in such a case? So you're facing the illegal request of the prosecutor. What to do now?
Well, I think that you need to register this appropriately and initiate the issue of bringing the prosecutor to liability. Definitely. I mean, if we are talking about some out of service, like some illegal actions of the prosecutor, yes, I wouldn't hide those facts, and I would bring the person to responsibility.
Дякую.
Thank you. Just a couple of sentences related to what you like. I really support you in terms of this Churchill. And I was surprised when the British fleet destroyed the French fleet, destroyed the ships of the allies in their fight against Germany. But that was my personal opinion. If you liked the idea, read another one by Johnson. It's also interesting. Let's come back to our interview here. Almost all the questions that you have been asked in the form of cases and practical assignments and other questions related to your global understanding of the corruption and anti-corruption struggle. And no one doubts that it is necessary, that we need to fight corruption. But in my view, for NABU director, is no less important to ensure sort of safeguards, so sort of preventative mechanisms that would not let corruption emerge. In your view, what can we include into this system of measures or concepts that set the border beyond which corruption cannot go, or beyond which the corruption cannot appear? Since I represent a law enforcement agency and I want to become the director, I think that ensuring irreversibility of punishment, that would be point number one and the most important point. That would be a big factor to prevent corruption. Also, you need to create the atmosphere of zero tolerance to corruption among the society, and we need to put some effort into that too. Also, optimizing state governance and local governance. I believe quick digitalization of our society and use of digital technologies is very much important to transform and get access to data and services. And this is very this is ensured by a very positive performance of one of our ministries. And when I read about other countries and their level of digitalization, access to bank services, even installation of validators in public transportation. I mean, when I moved to Kiev, I saw that, and I read that in Paris, they started installing those systems only a year before they were installed in Kiev. So we were moving real fast in this area. The level of banking services, online banking, is developing very quickly too. And this is a positive example of digitalization. And many of our people who had to go to Europe and other countries, they face certain difficulties to transfer money or receive money or send money to their relatives. But in our country it happens very quickly. In some of European countries you cannot pay your bill after 4 p.m. or transfer money. Here in Ukraine my colleague goes and to take lunch, but I ask him to get some lunch for me, for example, and I ask him how much it was, and he gives me the amount, and I just transfer this money immediately. So this openness of this data will also help to overcome corruption. So you want to give us the lunch as an example to make sure that we understand that there is no conflict of interest. The corruption is a system-wide thing, and it includes a lot of corruption risks. In your view, what is the top list of corruption risks? What this list includes, and what should be the biggest, the first ones, first goals to overcome them? Opinion polls of our citizens and businesses indicate that they have a different understanding of corruption. I was also surprised because I would love the profile of the public general prosecutor and other public law enforcement authorities if it could be higher, but I saw that our businesses are very critical about the system of justice and law enforcement agencies. They say this is risk number one. If you survey general population and businesses, well, the perception is different, because the regular people, they come across the risk in the health system and environmental system. Businesses say that they face those risks when they contact with law enforcement agencies. We all know about this scandal at the Ministry of Defense and related to procurement. I mean, I think it's also on top of the list, but according to the surveys and statistics, this issue is somewhere lower on the list. Well, we don't know. Maybe after this scandal, the perception of people could change. But I was really insulted with this fact. And we didn't hear any documents, any clear statements, or didn't see any documents. I was insulted because I think that at this moment it is not the area where corruption should happen. But I mean, still you need to see evidence before you judge the situation. But the more information the more transparency we have, the better it will be for the society.
Okay, please tell me, while driving through Kiev, and this is sign of not only Kiev but of Kharkiv as well, unfortunately you see that a playground was here or a park was there, and now we have the skyscraper foundation, right? And the density of construction has increased. Can you please tell me, in your opinion, what are corruption risks in the sphere of land relations, construction? Because many people face that, and there are many cases related to these particular spheres. Please. Yes, really, violations in the land sphere and violations in the sphere of construction, in the sphere of infrastructure, also belong to the, according to the same anti-corruption strategy, they are among the top items on the list with corruption manifestations, and when our citizens face corruption in these spheres. Maybe I haven't mentioned this because you have asked me about the top, and they are not at the very top. But this is what we encounter on a daily basis, what we see. Yes, the problem exists and it has to be resolved. That is the sphere of state governance. State governance and local self-governance, these are corruption manifestations in these spheres. Okay. Do we have any other questions? Yes, please, Karen.
You said early on in this interview that one of the things you would do when establishing the goals of NABU and how to prioritize the use of NABU's resources was that you would listen to your team. What do you do now as a leader to listen to your team? You know, for example, do you hold team meetings? You know, do you use the opportunity for employee evaluations to talk about strengthening team, you know, shared values? Do you have an open door policy? Just tell me what you do now to listen to your team. What acts or other parts of your work do you engage in order to do that?
Yes, really. I can say that in the team where I work right now, the management is open for communication with subordinate employees. It is open for hearing ideas, opinions, suggestions, and maybe comments, remarks. We do not receive some significant criticism for having some initiatives. It is comfortable for me right now to work in the unit of the General Inspection. I like this work and I like how it is organized. You've asked whether these are team meetings, surveys. These are meetings. Our unit, to some extent, is separate according to the regulation on the General Inspection. It has been set out that it would be located either in the premises of the Office of the Prosecutor General or separately, or if it is located in the Office of the General Prosecutor, it has to be separated. But the opportunity of communication with heads exists on a daily basis. And the desire to wish to listen and to hear to the subordinates, I can confirm, I see that. Moreover, there exists some incentivization that they want to hear some new ideas. They want to hear what other measures means we see, so that we could increase the level of responsibility of prosecutors, their wish to encourage them to follow ethical norms, to prevention of committal of offenses by them, or corruption offenses, or corruption-related offenses, or other criminal offenses.
One last question. You mentioned in one of your answers that you admired President Zelensky for his transformation as a leader. Let's assume you're the director of NABU, and 6 months from now you get the honor to meet President Zelensky in person. What question would you ask him about how he accomplished his transformation as a leader?
That is a very good question. I would, first of all, I would like to say that I've mentioned President not to somehow make the Commission more favorable to me. I wanted to emphasize that, yes, really, there was some transformation, and I saw his rankings before the war, and I saw his rankings now, and they continue being at a high level. And when we were talking about the role of the leader and what are my steps, which means which actions he achieves that, and how he can unite people around himself. For the president, it is not a team. For him, it's an entire country. If we go back to your question about the president, yes, I would be happy to meet, of course, him in person. I would approach it from some selfish side. I would not ask him about his vision or experience, I would rather come with my problems as of the NABU, including what Mr. Drago has mentioned. Provision of effective work of the NABU, it is all related to huge financial resources, and it requires significant financial support. Support from the president of the country in this respect would be invaluable, even though it is a very difficult question. Top officials, these are entities subject to the jurisdiction of the NABU, but the moral responsibility of the leader of the country and the desire to wish to change the country, and I see this desire to change the country, and I believe in that desire, I think it should prevail, and I would have used this opportunity to get support for the NABU.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yes, please, Pavilas.
I'd like to return back to the question Alexei asked you about effectiveness. And my question is, how do you understand effectiveness? And how do you know personally what you are effective?
I'm very critical regarding evaluation of effectiveness of law enforcement bodies. I don't like the system that we inherited from the previous historical stage of our country. Evaluation using some quantitative indicators, some figures. If during the previous period we had an X figure, and during the new period we have X plus 2 or X plus 1, and that's would be the end to say that it means that I'm okay, that we are moving in the right direction, that we are effective because something is happening, something positive is happening. I'm always critical regarding that. I don't like that. And I have asked myself very many times, how should I evaluate a law enforcement body if we abandon this methodology for the evaluation using quantitative indicators? What should it be? I think that, first of all, that should be the attitude of the population towards the law enforcement body. Of course, we do not have the historical path of the law enforcement body's development as in countries of the old democracy, where they have a completely different system of functioning, where law enforcers can ignore the statistical quantitative indicators. They go to elections, they are elected by people. People give them some vote of confidence, and they see how a prosecutor or a representative of the police responds to those violations, to those high-profile violations that existed, how consistent he is, how principled he is, and whether the criminals were brought to fair responsibility and where the stolen funds have been returned to the budget. So therefore, attitude of the population is of course the best. But we should also take into account that not always it might be objectively reflecting effectiveness of the law enforcement body's work.
I am sorry, that's okay concerning, institutions and evaluation of effectiveness of institutions. But my question was, what about your personal effectiveness? Are you effective?
Yes. I believe that I'm effective, but it is reflected in my case in some specific quantitative results. That is identification of facts of violations of professional ethics among prosecutors, that is identification of facts of their failure to declare assets property, that is identification of facts of committal of offenses, corruption offenses. That is participation in trainings and provision of an opportunity to obtain additional knowledge for prosecutors in the sphere of compliance with ethical norms, or in the sphere or understanding or correct understanding among prosecutors of requirements regarding declaration of their expenses, property, assets, and reflection of all this information in their declarations.
Так, я є.
Yes, I am also efficient.
The last question. During your answering your questions, you many times mentioned such a nice words like mutual trust, sincerity, transparency, mutual respect, and so on and so on. But you haven't mentioned integrity. What does integrity means for you?
I've been working with issues of integrity for many years while working in the General Inspection. According to the provisions of the law on the prosecutor's service, our unit is delegated with the authority to carry out annual checks of integrity of prosecutors. At the same time, I have to admit that the provisional definition of this notion of integrity does not exist in our country. For me, integrity means my capacity to fulfill my duties in the public sphere, regardless of without giving preference to my private interests. That means the opportunity to comply, regardless of anything, with the requirements of the law, to comply with high ethical norms, to defend, restore violated rights of other people, not to allow the conflict of interests, probably that's it.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Do we have any other questions? No? We have no other questions, so you now have 5 minutes again to say a few concluding remarks. Dear members of the Commission, I think that during our communication, I've managed to say everything that I wanted to say. So therefore, I will take not that much of your time. I would like to address you with the words of gratitude. For many months, you have worked together with us. And of course, this competition for candidates, for the participants, has been exhaustive. But I would like to express my gratitude to you for dedicating your time, your attention, your efforts. And dear international experts have come to us during this complicated period of time for our country. And I want to wish to you that once this process is over and once the director of the NABU is selected, so that you would not any pangs of guilt that you've made a mistake, or that you've maybe haven't passed anyone in some period of time, some time later, given how the NABU would be working, that you've haven't provided opportunity to some candidate to show himself or herself at this position. I wish that everything that you've desired, that you've aspired to achieve, really takes place in the way you want it, and that a really worthy candidate is selected and appointed, selected by you among those and appointed as the director of the NABU. Thank you. Thank you. I would also like to express gratitude to the working group and interpreters as well, because they have been working together with the Commission and they're great. So your desire coincides with our desire as well, so that the Commission would not be brought to responsibility for participating in the competition. Thank you. Goodbye. I think that the population will only be grateful to the Commission. Our citizens will be grateful for effective quality work that you've carried out. Thank you. Right now, we will have the interview with Osipchuk candidate. Before I move on to asking questions, I would like to remind you that you will have 5 minutes to present yourself to the Commission and to the viewers, and to provide that information that you consider as necessary to justify your motivation, why you've decided to participate in the competition. Then each member of the Commission will have about 10 minutes to ask questions, so that they could ask questions to you. And please answer up to 2 to 3 minutes to those questions. Do not use some artificial examples. Do not use logos, mottos. Just clearly and concisely answer those questions. Once all members of the Commission participate in this round of questions, we may have some additional follow-up questions. So there might be some additional questions. While trying to have our interview during 1 hour, we do not exclude the opportunity that the interview might be extended. I will follow time, and then I will raise this issue for voting. If there are no objections, we will continue our interview longer. As a rule, we do not have such objections. And at the end, you will also have 5 more minutes to say concluding remarks, to say what you want to say. So you will have this opportunity.
So please, your 5 minutes start now. Thank you, distinguished members of the Commission. Since October 2015, I've been working in the NABU on a management position, the position of a head for internal security, but this position at NABU is much different from similar positions in other state authorities or law enforcement authorities. In particular, in terms of the number of areas and number of commissions that I'm member of. I want to talk to you about the experience that I have, and that will help me to be effective on the position of Director of NABU. In 2017, the Department for Internal Security and Control initiated a system based on the standard 37201, based on ISO, and NABU was the first authority in Ukraine that was checked by independent auditors and received appropriate certificate. Thanks to the development of this holistic system for anti-corruption management and fight against corruption, there has been no employee at NABU who has been brought to responsibility for corruption or property-related crimes. So this system works. The description and analysis of major procedures gives me understanding not only how the system works, but gives me understanding of all the other areas of operations of NABU, starting from planning and budgeting, cooperation, interaction with customers, clients, and pre-trial investigations, as well as the electronic case management system that we work with, because the unit of the informational security is also under my subordination. We are a separate unit that can conduct operative and investigative actions, and I am the manager of this unit, and I have experience of planning of pre-trial investigations and operative and investigative activities. And I constantly develop my skills, hard and soft skills of myself and my staff. According to the contest, our staff became managers of appropriate units in territorial departments. In Odessa, for example, one of our staff is now the head of Directorate for Informational Technologies. Another one is a deputy head in Lviv territorial department. I continue building a professional team and try to be a role model to motivate them to new achievements. In 2021, based on my understanding of strategic development of NABU, I was appointed Deputy Head of Commission for Development of Strategy for Institutional Development of NABU for 2021-2023. Based on the SWOT analysis and cooperation with major stakeholders, we developed this strategy and approved it, as well as developed plan for its implementation. Institutionally, NABU does not require deep reforms or reset. So if I'm selected, I will follow the areas that are outlined in the strategy, which is increase the effectiveness of pre-trial investigations through training of the staff and digitalization of the investigation process. I mean the further introduction of e-management, development of facilities, improving the cooperation of databases holders and
ensuring institutional capacity and stability of the development of the NABU, effective cooperation and interaction with stakeholders, as well as the direction that it has not indicated in our strategy, but since the very first day of the war it has become very important, that is fight against the armed aggression by the terrorist state, that is the Russian Federation. That is the direction that I will also develop. That is all. I'm ready to answer your questions. Yes, please, Karen, you're welcome to start.
Good morning. Thank you for that very concise summary. My first question relates to, could you give me some specifics as to how many members you have or employees you have that work under you? And how do you, as the leader of that unit, work with the team of people that you have to prioritize your resources?
Right now, in the unit of internal control, we have 21 persons, but not all vacant positions are filled in. We have an ongoing competition for the unit on informational security. In order to build a team, we have to understand which challenges and goals we have. And based on goals, we plan our respective measures. These measures have to bring results and have to be effective. All employees of internal control perfectly well know that in order for the NABU to exist, we have not only not to tolerate corruption, we have to train others, including employees of the National Bureau, and to be independent from corruption manifestations in our daily life. And this is the basis around which our anti-corruption institution is built overall, and my unit in particular. So that in order to motivate my employees, by my example, I'm showing that it is necessary that you cannot stand still. You have to develop, because only harmonious development of all directions of activities of the NABU may result in its effective work.
I know that the internal security has a prevention mission within NABU. Can you talk a little bit about how your prevention mission is accomplished?
Absolutely true. When I joined NABU in 2015, I had some previous background in police work, and I realized that those units of internal security in other agencies, they were kind of reacting to the crime that had been already committed, and we needed to build a model that is based rather on prevention and not punishment. And that's why we were looking for holistic approaches to build the institutional prevention. And When we saw this standard of ISO, Anti-Bribery Management System 37001, we started to implement it because it outlined the measures that need to be carried out and outlined the best global practices that are a holistic system, not just individual parts of it. Talking about prevention, I have, in my department, I have a special unit that deals with this issue, along with the code of ethics and that we developed and that we teach to our staff how to apply the ethical standards, how to declare annually their incomes and wealth. We also collect information about the property that our staff buy. And the prevention procedure starts from the moment we select people to positions at NABU, because we, from the very beginning, we warn them that there will be more under constant monitoring in terms of their integrity and the style of living.
How does the staff of NABU accept that? Does it make them resentful towards your unit? Or does it make them, or does it exhaust them in terms of having to always live up to this standard?
Over these 7 years, we managed to create a whole layer of people at NABU who understand that they are under constant supervision, that they are like actors on this stage, you know. Everyone is watching them, and they understand that they cannot possibly make a mistake, because any corruption sign can really reduce to the zero level all the corruption-related activities we've been trying to organize in Ukraine to fight corruption. Any sign of corruption is intolerable, and we understand that all. And those measures are acceptable in the environment that we work. Certainly, it is not a good thing when there is an internal investigation going on against you, but everyone understands that if there is an internal investigation, it will be done by the qualified, skilled staff of the internal control unit. And it is not us who make the decision. It is done by the disciplinary commission that does not include members of our directorate. It includes representatives of other units and the civil society. And they always can tell us that the opinion that we have made following our investigation was wrong. And it is the decision of the disciplinary commission that informs the decision of the director of NABU in terms of holding the person liable or not.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I had right now.
Please, Kirilla, go ahead. I understand it is very difficult for you to be the second last interviewer, because much has been said about the reforms of NABU and everything. I know that you defended your thesis 2021. What was the topic of it, the theme, and what were the key opinions that you made in your dissertation? Administrative and legal actions to prevent corruption at NABU. That was the theme. And this thesis was practical, because I just described everything I was doing to prevent corruption at NABU every day. I described the environment we have, the system we have built. I described how the internal control works with the system of anti-corruption management and organization, because these issues are different. I described what we mean when we say anti-corruption management, and I described its elements. And the opinions conclusions that I reached were the following. I offered, and I then implemented some approaches. Firstly, I mean the international standards. I am a huge advocate of international standards, in particular ISO, because they holistically describe how you need to build your work in a particular area. And I described the changes that need to be introduced to further implement the system of the anti-corruption management. No, I was asking you rather about specific conclusions, just 1, 2, 3. What exactly did you write about, and what you implemented in your work, if it is not a secret? No, it's not a secret at all. In my dissertation, I described the system we have and those changes related to the systematicity of approaches. I said that by just increasing the salary, it is impossible to root out the factors of corruption in a law enforcement agency. I described the system that is holistic, that is new for any law enforcement agency, because not always do we combine the anti-corruption leadership and anti-corruption management into one system, and the prevention system, as well as external control elements that we have at NABU and that are unique. For example, our Civil Oversight Council, it influences processes so that no other similar body influences those processes in other agencies. Well, I wouldn't agree, because I have some experience with cooperation with the civil body in the SBI, but it's a matter of discussion, probably. As I understand correctly, everything that you have developed, your practical achievements, have been implemented in the actual operations of NABU, yes. There is a kind of implementation certificate document that normally is prepared like that. Did you make that kind of document? Yes, I did. I started writing this dissertation in 2017, and the system explained in ISO standard was being implemented as I was writing the dissertation. So we introduced this system, offered in this standard. We passed this audit, the external audit, and NABU director Artem Sednik signed my this implementation certificate, so this document. You mean because we managed to implement the system? Did you go to the public about the implementation, about this? I mean, at some events that were not NABU specific or law enforcement specific. I mean, to share your ideas with the legal community in general. Well, it was mostly at the events organized by NABU or NACP. I spoke there, and with key points, as I was writing my dissertation. It was in the university where I was, where I had my supervisor. But when we received this certificate of ISO standard, many people called me and asked how we did it. Even over recent months, the current director of one of the institutions also called me, and he told me they want to introduce a similar system in their organization too. Introducing the system, okay, that's okay, we understand it. How many competitions did you apply to over the 5 years, for example? Well, this is the 3rd competition so far for me. I applied for the director of the NACP. I was in the final top 8 candidates. I applied for the head of the economic security authority, and this is my competition number 3. I mean, as I understand the logic for your application is following. So you believe that you completed everything at NABU and you wanted to do something else. Why do you have this intention to apply to an NACP or economic security institution? Well, back then, NABU was going through reforms. As I said, I was involved into many processes since I started at NABU, and I was involved not only with internal control issues but with other processes. When we were describing all those processes, we were looking for risks. And I know how a system in an institution should work in general, not only in one part of it. So I wanted to use my experience, my practices in other institutions. One of them, an ACP, required huge reforms. Another one was just established. And I loved the principles, a risk-oriented approach, in the operations, in the operation of this economic security institution, and I loved it very much. And we do the same because I hope that the standards of the law that have been set forth will be implemented in this Bureau for Economic Security, and I just hoped to add my experience to that, to share the experience that I have, and I wanted to also to bring with myself this this spirit of zero tolerance to corruption and leadership. But you should understand that the head of internal control directorate, whatever you call it, is not very much loved by others whom they oversee. Aren't you afraid that if you're appointed, the detectives will not be willing to work with you at all? Because you were the ex-head of the internal control department or directorate. Well, I already said that one of our objectives is to prevent corruption and provide advice to the employees to help them avoid mistakes. And only afterwards, if we failed on the first stage, then can we bring individuals to responsibility. So I don't think that I'm hated at NABU. I never said you're hated. They don't like you. That's what I said. Well, not liking and perceiving as an effective manager, these are different things, aren't they?
Thank you, Kyrylo. Pavilas, please.
You have mentioned strategy and the main goals, NABU strategy, and goals, the main goals set in this strategy. Could you tell us how do you define these goals?
When we were developing the strategy of the NABU's development, the general state strategy, anti-corruption strategy, was at the second reading in the Verkhovna Rada, and we realized which objectives would be set for the entire country in order to effectively prevent corruption manifestations in all directions. Besides, in our law, we have why the National Anti-Corruption Bureau has been established. That is to identify and investigate crimes among top officials in our countries. This became the basis for the development of the strategic goal, that is, decrease of corruption manifestations in Ukraine. All the other goals are based from the SWOT analysis that we have carried out. So we've determined our strengths and weaknesses, so we determined our opportunities and threats that existed, and we used all that to define problems and to determine priority goals which we have to achieve in order to overcome these problems.
And when you were defining your goals, what is the role of your team in this process?
As the deputy head of the respective commission, the head of the commission back then was the first deputy and now the temporary acting director of the NABU, Yehozorov Lava. I was the driving force of this commission. I had to, first of all, using efforts of our internal analysis, we carried out this SWOT analysis. Our unit of internal control performed the function of communicating with stakeholders in order to understand how the external and internal environments saw further development of the National Bureau. Besides, we together with heads of respective units, formed goals and tasks in such a way that they would concern not only one specific unit, for example, the analytics unit, but to make sure that by means of fulfilling tasks by the analytics division, the overall bureau's goals would be achieved. So it was sort of combination and collection of ideas from all the units into single unified strategic goals and tasks of the bureau.
Well, goals are set. How do you unite your team around these goals to achieve the concrete results?
Actually, the entire team of the NABU is very motivated in order to do everything possible for our country. And when people see a goal, in order to achieve any goal, it has to be divided into stages, and you have to determine the role of each participant, what he or she has to do, and to inform these participants that drafting of documents, fulfillment of documents are important for the entire bureau. On an annual basis, we have a survey carried out among employees with respect to what motivates them in their work. And I would like to tell you that in 2022, almost the level of people increased by almost twice. People for whom achievements of the National Bureau are the key motivation why they are working in the Bureau. Yes. Social guarantees and salary are also important. But during the war, people became even more united and to do even over what they can in order to be effective in their work.
What about values when you're integrating your team? What kind of values do you use? And what are the main values of you, and your team?
The main values include, first of all, zero tolerance towards corruption. Secondly, that is professionalism and constant development. The third one is leadership, because every team member has to be heard, and we provide this opportunity to people. We give them an opportunity to say those ideas that they have, and if we think that right now they are not appropriate, or that we don't think that these ideas should be implemented, we explain this to people. We have an entire commission that is oriented at improving. First of all, it was established in order to improve the system of fight against corruption in the NABU, and then its functions have been extended with respect to improvement of any direction of any work. That is about leadership. And also, probably, in addition to leadership, that is probably responsibility for the made decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Alexei, please, you are welcome to ask your questions. Thank you. Can you please tell me, in 2004 you graduated from the university with a bachelor's degree, no, specialist. In 2000, so 4 years of education and you obtained specialist degree. Yeah, okay. Can you please tell me, what is your attitude towards whistleblowers? As such, in particular in your organization. Whistleblowers are an essential element of the system of fight against corruption in any society, and we see that. This is the international general trend. We have many well-known cases when facts of that the start of investigation of some corruption action started with actions of a whistleblower. The NABU was the first among public authorities, the first institution that was developed the regulation on interaction within whistleblowers. Even before the respective changes were introduced into the law on preventing corruption, even before that we had in our regulation. And last year we had a draft because there was issued a new standard, ISO 37000, that concerns the work with whistleblowers. We wanted to undergo training regarding this standard and to implement it in our activities as well. So therefore I believe work with whistleblowers to be a very important element. Have you had instances in your organization of working with whistleblowers, and what do you do to protect whistleblowers? We basically on a daily basis work with whistleblowers, but we have to understand what we are talking about. If we are talking about whistleblowers of corruption, as it's set out by the law of Ukraine on preventing corruption, then they include only people who provide information about corruption actions. We have created all statutory set out channels for communication with whistleblowers. So we have applied all necessary protection means for whistleblowers. Besides, 2 years ago, the National Agency on Corruption Prevention carried out a check of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau and confirmed that measures with respect to the protection of whistleblowers that existed in the Bureau fully complied with the law. Can you please tell me, if in the organization, in your organization, you have a whistleblower who reports, in his opinion, some non-decent actions committed by employees. What are your actions after such reports, and have you had such instances in your experience? As I've mentioned, we have lots of reports like that. We work with whistleblowers every day. People want to influence the work of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. I mean internal whistleblowers. Yes, I'm talking about them. Internal, they are not whistleblowers. These are not whistleblowers from the perspective of the law. They do not report about corruption actions. They report about shortcomings They may be reporting about shortcomings of the system, about some possible violations committed by other employees, non-corruption violations. And yes, that is the ground for the check. By our unit, we have the regulation and procedure on conduct of internal investigations if it is necessary. Everything depends on what is reported by a person to us. And in what instances do you think that it is normal to disclose information about such whistleblower inside the system to other employees or to another employee? I don't think that it is acceptable. And if information about a person being a whistleblower and reporting this information to your unit becomes publicly known, and the organization starts bullying such employee, do you think that it is acceptable, and what does your division do in such instances? Do you protect such whistleblowers, or do you take the side of the team? For example, if such whistleblower pointed out some dishonest things which, in your opinion, for example, resulted in higher effectiveness of the organization. You've asked many questions. I don't think that bullying of any person is acceptable in an organization. I don't think that it is acceptable to dismiss or somehow else punish whistleblowers. My actions would be the same as set out by the law. We have an entire list of actions that have to be implemented so that the whistleblower would be protected. If the whistleblower thinks that the protection provided by internal regulations or which might be provided by the internal efforts of the organization is necessary, we will tell the whistleblower the right to turn to the NACP, which can provide the status of the whistleblower to this person, carry out the check of actions that take place inside the organization, and if these actions of employees were of criminal nature, then we will tell to which law enforcement body this person should submit an application. Can you please tell me if there is such a situation that you see that a person, and you are absolutely sure that this person has engaged in criminal activities. Which person? Any person. You see that criminal activity of such person cannot be proved in a legal way, and an employee or a team of employees see an opportunity to bring to responsibility this criminal person in a slightly dishonest way. During your professional experience of law enforcement activities, I think you saw many opportunities like that. As the head of the internal control division and as a potential director, which is even more responsible, what are your actions? So, effectiveness or integrity, what is more important in this particular case? What should prevail? Integrity prevails in any case. There may be no effective work when it is carried out by means of obtaining, I don't know, fruits of a poison tree. It will not be effective work because it will destroy the very foundation of the basis of integrity of employees, which is the basis of their decision making. I understand what instance you are talking about. In this particular instance, the person submitting an application, there was registered a criminal proceeding, and the prosecutor's office sent it for investigation to a body which has the authority to investigate such crimes. Thank you. Thank you. Please, Drago, you're welcome to ask your questions.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So when I went through your materials, I noticed something interesting. Let's say when you say that you don't have any record of conviction or you did not face any administrative or other liability, you said for crimes involving corruption. You know, other candidates said, well, no liability at all. So does this mean that you have been penalized for something else, not for corruption? Or it was you just added, not corruption?
You are asking whether I've been brought to responsibility or employees of the National Bureau.
Brought responsibility for any misbehavior.
У своєму
In my self-presentation, I've mentioned that since the system of fight against corruption in the NABU is effective, its employees were not brought to responsibility, including me, to criminal responsibility. I have not been brought to any other responsibility related to corruption. Maybe I was brought to administrative responsibility for traffic violations.
I guess we were always brought to that responsibility. But you did not always work for the NABU, so what about previous services? So also nothing, no liability there?
Yes, no responsibility there. I don't remember that. I was not mentioned in the criminal proceedings as far as I know. So that is why I have not been brought to any responsibility, yes.
You know NABU inside out. If you would have the power, and I'm not speaking, let's say, about possible position of the NABU director, because NABU director has to follow the legal procedures, substantive and procedural provisions of the law. But if you would have the magic stick, what is the percentage of the NABU employees today which you would fire?
If I had even the magic wand today, I would not fire any employee of the National Bureau. For that, we have respective procedures. We lack one procedure right now, which I would introduce probably during the first 6 months of my work at this position. That is attestation of persons that is attestation of employees of the National Bureau. But attestation is necessary not to fire someone, rather not to fire people, but to establish which knowledge is lacking for employees and to form the system of training according to this criteria required to ensure effective work of employees. But if the employee has all possible opportunities for training, if the employee has tasks, but this employee fails to accomplish them, that means that the employee fails to fulfill them just because he doesn't want to do that. If someone is not working and continues getting salary, then that demotivates other employees who spend a lot of time on their work. So therefore, motivation, I think all of you know, motivation may be not only positive but also negative. So in this particular case, if we establish that some employees really just merely don't want to work and don't want to do that, I think that will be a ground for their dismissal, but pursuant to the results of the procedure and not my personal wish. For that, we need to have objective reasons.
Said if you would not have to respect the procedures, that means if you would be in position to just call the NABU employees and tell them you're fired now without any procedure, how many of them you would fire?
The same number, no one. I believe, honestly, there should be procedures, not your desire to fire anyone. There should be objective reasons and assessment of the performance, because me and my staff were not friends and we're not enemies. We work in the same organization that has certain objectives, and we should achieve them together. And effectiveness of organization depends on the effectiveness of the individual staff member.
working in NABU involves a lot of stress. If you're heading the internal affairs unit in NABU involves even more stress. So how do you cope with it? What do you do to relieve the stress?
At least once a week, I play team sports. It helps me to relieve these, emotions that I could have accumulated over a week, and it helps me to really forget the stress that I have experienced. I try to spend some time with my family, with friends.
You said NABU is the first organization in Ukraine in, let's say, this area of work receiving the ISO 37001 certificate. So whose idea it was to start fighting for it, and which organization licensed give you the certificate for this certificate?
Back in 2017, employees of the Department for Prevention of Corruption came up to me and said there was such a standard. We read it together, and I was surprised to see that at the moment when we only opened the standard, about 70% of what was described there, I mean the best practices, how to prevent corruption inside an organization, have been already introduced by that time in our organization. That's why we got this idea to receive the certificate, because it could be a very good thing, because the first thing was that someone from outside could see what we have done, because we from inside not necessarily see all the advantages and disadvantages of how to improve something. So that was thing number one. And second point, having a certificate is very good for your image, and it could indicate to our international partners the fact that we indeed built a very good system to fight corruption inside the organization, or even prevent corruption rather. And afterwards I was seconded to Singapore, and I asked them whether they use this standard in their activity. We had some training on anti-corruption there from an anti-corruption institution of Singapore, and they said this standard was very much difficult for them, complicated, and they should invest a lot of money to introduce it. I told them that we were doing that already with in our department that has only 20 people, but to have this system working effectively, we needed to ensure that everyone, starting from the director of NABU until the supervisors of every department, need to be involved, need to be on board, and need to share the values and procedures outlined in the standard. And that's why we trained them for a long time. But they told us it would be expensive, but we managed to have it done. And the company which certified us and performed this audit and the follow-up audits was a Canadian company, PCB.
Ukraine is now in the process of the accession to the European Union. Ukraine is also in the process of accession to the OECD Working Group on Bribery. So you have the ISO 37001 standard, which also deals with whistleblower protection. The EU has just some years ago adopted a directive on the protection of whistleblowers. The OECD in 2001 has adopted the 2021 recommendation, which also deals with whistleblower protection. Those legal instruments on whistleblower protection do not comply 100% with each other. So which one would you try to comply with first?
I would choose those instruments that would be part of our national system in this area, because joining the EU and the OECD or other organizations is done by the country, not individual institution. And if we, according to the policy of the government, have to change our internal procedures, so we will. In the fight against corruption and to join other international institutions, we need to have strategic plans related to all the bodies that influence this process.
You also said that you know exactly what is the role of the director of NABU and what needs to be done to improve it even further. So which are the areas where you see there's room for improvement when it comes to NABU director mandate?
Talking about the qualities that director needs, I would mention first of all leadership. Leader should lead a team. He should not be someone who tries to impose his will. We have a professional team, and the heads of the departments can provide professional recommendations how to develop NABU and their areas. That's point number one. Second point is ability to resist influence, because for 7 years Artem Sitnik had to withstand this influence, and I think the same attempts to exert some pressure onto the director will remain. Third point, I want to improve the cooperation with other law enforcement agencies, because the number of detectives at NABU is not that high for a country that has many millions of citizens. I think we still have some potential in terms of exchange of intelligence with national police, SBI, and the Bureau for Economic Security. I think these are the areas where we need to work more.
For now, which is the biggest problem NABU currently has? The biggest one.
How many do you need? Just one? The biggest problem of NABU today is the fact that we cannot introduce quickly the instruments that we had planned in our strategy because of the insufficient funding. Because of the war in Ukraine, we don't have enough budgetary funds to develop according to the plan. In the budget for our development for the current year, we have zero.
Okay, but let's say that you would have money. What would you buy first?
To introduce e-case management as soon as possible and improve analytical work through automation of processes in the analytical directorate, as well as I would focus on the mechanism for independent wiretapping. Thank you, Drago. First of all, I want to stress that the questions asked by the Commission are within those components according to which we are going to assess the interviews on your competence. We have 7 of them, and one of them is leadership and understanding the mission and objectives of NABU through the implementation of functions of director. Maybe that would follow up on what Drago asked you already. In your view, what makes the director of NABU special? I mean, its status. I mean, the Article of 8, the powers of director of NABU. What makes it special, what makes its legal status special, is the fact that he is not a head of the body of pretrial investigations. We need to understand that the director is not the main detective. He does not investigate. He does not have direct influence on proceedings. He should organize the effective operation of his departments. I mean, he needs to ensure effective work of detectives, analysts, effective cooperation with state authorities amongst the elements of anti-corruption infrastructure and other actors that influence the work of the National Bureau. I mean, the Cabinet of Ministers, for example, because the NABU is a central executive authority. Okay? Then, if I may, there is a case. Let's say you are the NABU director. The head of internal security comes up to you and says that we have information, or we found that a detective got a loan. We try to understand the origin of the loan, but he refuses to share information with us. What would you do? What do? I ask what the detective says, why he's not willing to give the information, and whether there is a conflict of interest as a result of this loan. Okay, and he goes, I know the reason, but I won't tell you. For me, that's going to be enough to make the decision and say that I would ask the supervisors to increase the supervision over his actions, and this person will continue to work. The person is not guilty until he or she commits offense. These actions are not offense. This is part of personal life of this person. I don't see any problem in the fact that he borrows money and pays it back. And if we check and see that he had enough money to pay this back according to the law, then there's no problem. This is a loan from a natural person, not from a bank. All right? So you believe that the director of NABU can act like that and respond to that kind of explanations in this way. You think that's okay? No, just tell me yes or no. Yes. Good. Next point. There are a number of corruption risks identified to fight corruption. What are the corruption risks in the defense industry? It's a very important topic today. I mean, Ukroboronprom, this is this Ukrainian defense industry company. Yes, using a lot of budgetary money always entails some corruption risks, mostly because of the fact that the procurement procedures are secret. To tell what risks are there, you need to decompose this process into elements, and then we will see where one person can influence someone's intentions to buy something, and where this person has a decision making powers to influence this process. And then we need to ensure the checks and balances system. So the major risks would be in procurement, especially confidential ones, and where the procurement is not done according to competitive procedure, but one supplier is selected. Second risk is the use of property already provided. So it's when it's not procured, but then it's transferred or given. To check whether the people who are expected to use this equipment, whether they receive it and can use it effectively, whether there is an algorithm to write it off or use for personal benefit, for personal interests. Question? Yeah. Roman Sergeyevich, yes, I got this question in the course of our interview. The people who are not happy with the head of internal control, I mean, if they're not happy with you, where can they go to, how can they complain against your actions, and whether the procedure is effective? As I said, this Civil Oversight Council at NABU is very effective body, and it oversees a lot of procedures that we have at NABU. They can complain to my immediate supervisor, this is the director of NABU. They can complain to the Civil Oversight Council. If I committed an administrative offense, they can write to any actor we're authorized to conduct appropriate checks. If I committed a criminal offense, they can write a statement to the SBI, because the internal control unit does not have exclusive competence. Because the Bureau for Economic Security, or SBI, can conduct investigations against us too. No, I'm asking because of the following. You are focused on prevention. Who supervises you? Well, I don't know if I should repeat myself. We have director of NABU, and if he or she believes that my actions are way too kind of slow down certain processes, because I installed a lot of control points, so the director can check this process and remove certain control points if he believes that they're excessive. The same is with Civil Oversight Council. If they file a complaint against me, I mean, my staff can conduct investigation against me under the supervision of the director of NABU. It is possible, and it is a way to avoid the conflict of interest that is outlined in the law on prevention of corruption. Thank you. And I'm going to ask you a question, but if you don't want to answer it, I'm going to be okay with it. Has there been any critical remarks about your activities on behalf of the previous director, Artem Sitnik, or the acting director, Mr. Ukhlava, over your term of office? Yes, there were some remarks, comments. They were not critical. That was related to certain operational level tasks. For example, I wanted detectives to give me more information in some area. They told me no, that the information the directorate now has, it is enough for you to perform the functions you expected to. But if there were any critical comments, probably there would have been already some internal investigation conducted against me.
Yes, please, Karen. So we've extended the duration of our interview. Thank you, Karen.
Going back as a part of the risk assessment for employees for potential corruption, do I understand correctly, as a part of that, your team reviews all employees' financial disclosures? Or is that done independently by the NACP and any referrals made to your team?
then ACP, no matter how effective it is not able to review declarations of all persons who submit these declarations, electronic declarations. So therefore, everybody every public authority has the duty inside to check completeness and timeliness of submission of these declarations. In addition to that, while assessing corruption risks, yes, we have full access and we review declarations of all employees. Besides, in order to be even more open, detectives, I think I've mentioned that, they provide information about some facts of their life. They are obliged to do that, for example, about the purchase of a vehicle or about the purchase of a real estate object by them or by their close relatives. All this information is available to our internal control unit, and we needed to assess risks, including corruption risks.
And so that filing presumably would include you, and somebody in NABU reviews your financial disclosure.
That's a very good question. And I think this is what should be improved. Probably it is necessary to provide an opportunity or to oblige the NACP to check those who check others on a regular basis. Right now, I'm sure that we have no specific procedure with respect to me.
My last question relates to leadership. Obviously, what the goals and objectives of your unit and NABU were before the war changed somewhat and considerably during the war. And I'm sure that there was a period of time there where there was grave concern for the employees of NABU, for the future of NABU, and then of course for the future of Ukraine. Tell me, in that very critical juncture, what steps you took to protect your employees, and also to ensure that the critical role that you have in protecting the NABU as an organization from potential outside influence, what steps you took to do that during that critical time period. And I'm talking about security of information, for example, et cetera, and what direction you gave to your employees to do that.
Do you mean on the eve of the start of the large-scale invasion, or during the large-scale invasion?
Well, both, right? Because you had reporting that it was coming, and then it happens, and then you have that critical time period where you've got a lot of responsibility for employees, and most importantly for the safety of those employees, but also the future of the organization, and preventing what might be important national security information to fall into the hands of the enemy.
Yes, of course. I can't tell you about all measures that we undertook, but I'm the head of the Evacuation Commission of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. And on the February 24th, I was in my workplace, and I was organizing work of all other lower commissions, because we have one big commission, and it is divided into clusters, and every cluster is responsible for its task. And until I was sure that that we undertook all critically essential measures in order to ensure protection of information and people, I did not leave the premises of the National Bureau. That's if we are talking about the February 24th of the last year. In other situations, in my unit, we have people who are responsible for ensuring security of all employees of the National Bureau. And by the way, with respect to this person about whom you asked me, this person during the specific period of time was also subject to measures with respect to him and his family members regarding protection. Yes, protection of that person. So therefore, this is systemic work that is carried out on a regular basis. If we see that it is necessary to protect someone physically, we have these measures implemented using forces of special operations. With respect to information, then we also had a very interesting project when not tried, but mostly we combined the comprehensive system of information protection set out by the Ukrainian legislation and the system of information security management set out by international standards. So we understand how sensitive information that is processed by our internal systems is, and we do everything possible to apply the best international practices in order to ensure its security. If I've answered your question, that's it. If you have any follow-up questions, I will be happy to answer them.
No more follow-up.
Будь ласка, Драго.
Yes, please, Drago.
Said several times that no NABU employee has been ever brought to liability. Does this extend from the day one of NABU? This is the first question. The second question is, this might also be interpreted that you're not doing your job because you're there to identify this behavior of the NABU employees. So how would you comment on that one?
No employees of the NABU were brought for criminal responsibility for committing corruption offenses. There are some employees that were brought to disciplinary responsibility in the National Bureau, including for unethical conduct or for other violations like absenteeism. We also have such cases. Since the very first day in NABU, no one was brought to criminal responsibility, and I believe that this is the best possible indicator of that prevention system that we've built. If when we received the certificate of compliance of the system with the ISO standard, that year the National Anti-Corruption Bureau was awarded by the company that carried out the audit for the best results of audit in the European region, so that you would understand the scale, that it is not just some pocket company. During the same year in North American region, this company awarded Microsoft Corporation for the same issue. So to comparing counteragents that they audit, we understand the level of this company. And I think that the fact that not only we, but any other law enforcement body has not documented any illegal anti-corruption activities of the NABU's employees, and this does not show bad work of our internal control unit. This shows good prevention work. Yes, please, Pavilas.
Answering the questions, you stated that integrity is the basis of decision making. My first question is, what does integrity means for you? And second, why integrity is the basis of decision making?
The notion of integrity is not available in the Ukrainian legislation in terms of definition, and integrity is the notion that unites in it, first of all, ethics, principled position, and non-violation of provisions of the anti-corruption legislation and restrictions that exist. That is important, in my opinion, first of all, when there is discretion in terms of decision-making. Then we have to base our decisions on some internal convictions, and not on when you do not have a clear rule what you have to do. Then we should use our internal convictions to take these decisions. And so therefore, integrity should be the basis during decision making.
Is it any correlation between honesty, integrity, responsibility.
Integrity is the basis and the foundation for subsequent responsibility. When you have integrity and when you know that what is required from you at some specific stage, you do that in the best possible way. That influences your effectiveness, that influences your efficiency. Honesty. Honesty, probably, yes. So that is also a part of integrity and as its component.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Alexei. I would like to continue your questions of Mykola with respect to the process of procurements in the defense sector. Can you please tell us, in your opinion, where should be this balance between openness and the understanding that too open aspects will allow the enemy to learn a lot which could harm the defense of the country? How do you, as the director of the NABU, see this balance of openness and security? Thank you. That is a really complicated question. If I could answer this question without analyzing all procedures, probably I would have told you. Without having all analytical information of processes and agreements between Ukraine and our partners, how procurements take place, I'm not sure that my words will be correctly interpreted and would not be then used if I fill in the position of the National Bureau. So in order to make correct conclusions, I need to discuss with responsible persons from the Ministry of Defense as to how this process is ongoing right now, how openness can influence each of the stages and what it can influence, and how necessary it is, how critically necessary it is to keep the procedure of procuring food, for example, a secret. In my opinion, this procedure should be open at least. At least based on that, we can determine the number of beneficiaries using such procurement procedures. I don't agree with you because procurement and further distribution of such food items are completely different things, and the number of persons in the army, they are located all over Ukraine, and how many of them are at the front line and the area of hostilities, that's a completely different issue. Okay, and if we go away from the defense industry, there is a procurement process and it sets out effectiveness and a public organization that conducts such procurement procedure. Where can we find this balance between openness of procurements and or someone believes that it is necessary to do minimum in order to make all the procurements open, and the effectiveness of activities of the organization so that procurement would not lose the entire work of the organization as such. Thank you. I also believe that the process of procurement should be as open as possible. There should be closed those directions which concern immediately means of operational search activities and conduct of covert investigative actions. Because if people know which means we have, they will know how to defend themselves against that. All other procedures, back then when the minimum amount of procurements that we had to put at Prozoro amounted to 20,000. We discussed it with our Civil Oversight Council and we decreased this amount to 3,000 hryvnias. And I don't know, it was many years ago. And I think that competitive procurement procedures are the basis of openness of the organization. Thank you. Yes, please, Kirilo. I will ask this question because asking questions after the chair is, yeah, okay, it's okay to ask questions after the chair. I will start very carefully because I understand that this is a very serious question. And I've asked this question already. While carrying out this open competition, the informational space forms some narrative. Negative, in my opinion, narrative with respect to integrity of those candidates that have the honor to work in the Bureau. At once, I would like to say that I don't support this narrative. And triggers about 49,000 for vehicles, you know all about that. I have such a question to you. Do you feel that you've done everything possible in order to effectively perform your work and that you are ready to move on, taking into account those questions to which we still have no answers, even as a result of evaluation information that was voiced during the competition? In the process of forming the system of the anti-corruption management and internal control, you can't do everything. There is no full stop there. This is the process of ongoing improvement and continuation of measures which are implemented. I really love my job. I like what I'm doing, and I see that this work is important for my organization. But my motivation for this competition was that I think that at this stage I can do more for my country by heading the institution. And I'm doing that, and that my motivation, and I haven't mentioned that at the very beginning, is the following. Is so that those guys who defend our country right now would not do that. This is not a motto. I really feel that for my country, because my parents over the past 10 years had to change their place of residence 3 times because of the armed aggression. Have I done all? No. Have I done my maximum as of now? For over this 7 years? Probably yes. I'm really grateful to Artem Sitnik for being open, not restricted with those procedures that existed before that in law enforcement bodies. What we've done in the internal control unit, as I've mentioned, this has never been done, and it is in no one in this country. And only other institutions start doing that, looking at the example of the NABU. Thank you. And if you allow, I will also have a follow-up question to you. Can you please tell me, what do you include into the system of administrative and legal measures on fight against corruption? The system of administrative and legal measures on fight against corruption in the NABU I include, in my opinion, anti-corruption leadership and the mood from the top that concerns managers of all levels, starting with the director. Secondly, that is a separate unit that is dealing with prevention of corruption and measures implemented by this unit. External control in the form of the Civil Oversight Council, that is prevention of the conflict of interest and other measures which are set out by the law on preventing corruption, training of employees, and effective system of punishment for committed offenses. Frankly speaking, I'm a bit surprised by such answer. Why? Because that is in continuation of what Kirilo has asked you about. Your dissertation paper is titled Administrative Legal Measures on Fight Against Corruption in the NABU. In my opinion, you would better study with respect to specialty 8 or 9 and not specialty 7, but that is my vision. But out of 10 paragraphs in your paper, only 1 paragraph is somehow related to the topic of the dissertation paper. All the other paragraphs are either some general information, as you've determined the system, and I bring it very far from to administrative and legal measures. You know, I don't want to get into too much details, but I was surprised by 17 novelties provisions, but not any doctor's paper is about that.
And the last question. It wasn't by accident that I asked you this question about Ukronprom, the Ukrainian defense industry company. This Svinarchuk case, I think you know about that, about what happened back then. Everyone knew about it from Bigus Info. And then this kind of led to the proceedings. And I think that NABU had nothing else to do but to respond. Please, could you please comment? Please comment. Was it okay? Was it an adequate situation when it was a journalist who found this corruption evil? And it wasn't NABU who did it. I believe that the journalist investigations play a big role for the society to know about the corruption signs that exist in the society and can respond to them. The fact that it was found not by NABU, maybe it's bad, but back then and now, I have not been the head of the unit of detectives which investigate cases under the competence of NABU, nor am I director of NABU who could have directed the actions of NABU to be more effective. My objective was to investigate into the offenses committed by NABU officials in the course of investigations. And since that case was really notorious, and to make sure that the Ukrainian society sees that we're not trying to conceal anything, then the disciplinary commission included not only representatives of the civil society but international individuals who helped to conduct appropriate investigation and offer appropriate conclusions. Detectives investigated the case. Can you possibly disclose all the crimes that are committed? Well, probably not. Maybe if there was such a mechanism, we would have used it. That's why I'm talking about the need to exchange information with other law enforcement agencies that may have information about corruption-related or other offenses committed by actors that are within the competence of NABU. Okay, thank you. We have no more questions, so you have 5 minutes for the end remarks. Well, I have said everything I wanted to say during this interview. I want to thank the Commission for this competition. It has been really interesting, really professional. I want to thank our international participants for their bravery to go to Ukraine during the war. I know how significantly logistics has changed and the opportunity to travel to Ukraine. So I wish the Commission makes the right decision, because the future of NABU depends on your decision, and for me it's very much important. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
continue our interviews. Before we move on to the session of questions and answers with Mr. Naumuk, I would like to remind you and to emphasize that you will have 5 minutes at the very beginning to say a few words about yourself, that you consider as necessary to share with us, as well as to describe your motivation why you decided to choose this particular competition for the position of the director of the NABU. Then after that, every member of the commission will have up to 10 minutes to ask questions to you. Therefore, we have a request to you to answer these questions concisely and briefly. Do not use extensive examples, do not use mottos. Please clearly answer those questions that we ask. Then, after that, if we do not manage to complete the interview within 1 hour, then a decision of the Commission may extend the duration of the interview. We may also have some additional questions or follow-up questions that will be asked to you. And we will finish our interview with you again with 5 minutes given to you to add something that you've either forgotten or decided that it is necessary to share with us once you've answered all the questions. Please, your 5 minutes start now. Thank you. Please switch on your microphone. Good afternoon, dear members of the Commission. I'm Colonel Naumuk Sergei Anatolyevich, the head of the 4th Unit of Detectives of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. I believe that corruption among top officials, along with external aggression, is among the priority threats to the national security of our state. For me, for the officer, the highest manifestation of serving the Ukrainian people is the opportunity to implement my professional experience and my strategic vision in the fight against corruption for the sake of building a democratic society of the Ukrainian type, of the European type. This is my motivation for participation in the competition. At 17, I took the oath to the Ukrainian people. Since 2000, I started my professional career, starting with the position of the operational agent. Since then, I've passed all main operational positions at the level of district departments, regional divisions, and the central apparatus of the Security Service of Ukraine. Nowadays, I am one of the heads of the operative units with over 1,000 employees. In 2015, I won back then in the most complicated and demanding competition in our country, and I was appointed among the first heads of units of detectives of the NABU. I have immediate experience of organizing work and launching from scratch 2 units of detectives. At first, I headed the 2nd unit of detectives. Then I justified the need to the management the necessity to establish the 4th unit and organized based on the territorial unit the operational investigative work of regional units of detectives located in Lviv, Odessa, and Kharkiv. Since the very beginning of functioning of the Bureau, I was among the founders of the system of operational work. In 2016, I developed the roadmap for the launch of operational identification system, which was adopted by the management of the National Bureau and subsequently successfully implemented in different stages. Besides, I was the author of main agency instructions on operational work, search work, and organization of work on covert actions. Since the majority of detectives of the Bureau did not have experience of operational work, I provided their initial training and I carried out this training as well. In my opinion, the National Bureau has successfully overcome the stage of institutional establishment and related challenges and threats. It has displayed a quality new approach to the investigation of corruption crimes, and as of now, I believe that the NABU is the most effective investigative agency in our country. Since the very beginning of its functioning, the Bureau has fulfilled tasks in the conditions of scarce resources, including primarily human resources. Investigative work was the priority, while the flow of requests, public information, journalist investigations, materials, and documents from other stakeholders was significant and quite often exceeded technical capacities regarding their check. In parallel with activization of operational investigation work of the Bureau, previously immune, corrupt groups of the population started acting more carefully, and oligarchs and other criminal groups resisted using political and media tools. I think that analysis of these processes allow forecasting that in the future the priority will be the launch of a comprehensive operational system, prevention, identification and documenting at early stages of crimes related to the jurisdiction of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. Activization of agents' work with increase of presence of detectives in the regions. Implementation of new approaches to the organization and conduct of covert actions and search actions. This will automatically improve the quality of primary materials and improve processes of documenting of criminal processes and pre-trial investigative work in general. In-depth study of the processes which have to be studied uses the tools of criminal analysis and criminal intelligence will allow to comprehensively see the operational situation and move from the total investigation of existing facts to the determination of priority specific criminal organizations and groups, which might include top officials, documenting of corruption schemes and links. In order to achieve these goals, it is necessary to take measures in those directions that I have mentioned in my self-presentation. If necessary, I may describe that in more detail. Is that it? Yes. So far, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Please, Karen, you're welcome to ask your questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that very succinct presentation. My first question to you is this. You currently are not assigned a NABU. Where are you working presently?
Currently, I'm the military service member mobilized in the security service of Ukraine because of the armed aggression. In the NABU, but my position at the NABU is preserved, to which I can return once the hostilities are over.
And you came from the security service to NABU, as we know from your resume. So my question to you is this. Over the course of NABU's life, there have been unfortunate conflicts between NABU and the security service. And I suspect, although I don't have my own information, that there are going to be people in NABU who, despite knowing you and working with you, are going to be concerned that your loyalty may not be to NABU, that your loyalty may be split, or that you might be willing to be more comfortable working and coordinating with your current organization than supporting steadfastly the mission of NABU. Could you address that concern of employees at NABU?
Yes. Yes, thank you for this question, Ms. Karen. What I would like to say in this respect. First of all, during the period of my working in the NABU, employees of my unit participating in documenting of corruption manifestations with respect to employees of the security service of Ukraine, and it did not prevent me or my employees from doing that. For example, only during this year, when I was in the security service of Ukraine, my subordinates from the 4th unit documented and carried out implementations with respect to 2 employees of the security service of Ukraine. That's just an example. Under my management, for example, during the first stage of the work, there were proceedings with respect to one to top officials of the security service. And I confirmed this proceeding, submission of this proceeding. I created the investigative group, adopted its composition, and organized this investigation at the initial stage. So therefore, believe that I, not with words, but with actions, I've proved already that with respect to corruption, I will not close eyes to corruption in any agency. That's my answer to your question.
Thank you. My next question relates to wiretapping. We have heard from almost every candidate who has studied NABU and the challenges NABU faces, that NABU has been given the authority to conduct their own wiretaps, but that authority has not been vested in NABU. They have not been given the financial support. They have not been given the political support. So should you be selected as the director of NABU, what will your position be regarding this very sensitive issue of allowing NABU to conduct their own wiretaps?
Thank you for your question. Sergey, we have a request. Not thank us for your questions, and then we will not ask you for, thank you for your answers. Yes, clear. In my opinion, this issue has to be resolved. I think that I know how to do that, how to resolve this issue. In addition to desire or lack of desire, we also need to have a technical solution how to do that. Sources of funding are necessary for that, to resolve this issue. The purchase of technical equipment. There are some controversies with some regulations, for example, with the law on telecommunications. However, all these issues may be resolved, but probably they have to be raised at a higher level than interaction between the National Anti-Corruption Bureau and the Security Service. That's my answer. It will be resolved. I see specific ways how to resolve this issue.
My next question relates to staffing. You talk about adding significant number of staff, almost doubling the number of employees. Are you concerned that doubling the number of employees might bring in personnel who are more likely to be corrupted? If you are, and that's your position, what would you do to mitigate that? And then my next question is can you give me just a very brief understanding of the justification for the additional staffing?
Yes, okay. I suggest to increase the number of the staff, not almost twice, but up to 1,000 or 1,200 people. Why? I may tell you based on the example of my unit, on my 4th unit, that works in the regions. During operational work, everything is quite easy to calculate. In order for us to be effectively covering regions, we need to have at least 2-3 operational agents, that is detectives in each region, who will specialize in operational work. This way, they will be able to conduct operational work actively with 7-8 confidence, and this will allow us to know about the situation. For that, we also need to add analytics who will process this information in order to provide criminal analysis. So this way, there is a necessity to create additional territorial divisions. For us, territorial division, these are offices where detectives work. Detectives are subordinate to Kyiv directly, so that this management of the territorial division has no relation to investigative or operational work. The manager of the operational and investigative manager for those detectives in the regions is me when I'm in NABU. Besides, it is necessary to significantly strengthen staffing work of the operational and technical unit. We have entire directions of work which significantly depend on the number of operational employees involved into the conduct of actions. Besides, there is a question about the establishment of interregional operational and technical centers. Because you understand that covert actions have to be carried out, for example, in Lviv, and the forces that may carry them out are located all in Kyiv. So it means that I need to have this hub, operational and technical hub in Lviv, in Odessa, in Kharkiv. Besides, because of the absence of the opportunity to increase the number of employees, for example, our Kharkiv unit of detectives covers almost half of the territory of Ukraine. And I'm sincere when I say that from Kharkiv to Zaporizhia, we can't reach basically from Kharkiv to Zaporizhia. We also have significant difficulties in terms of work in Dnipropetrovsk region, which is huge in terms of its area. It is my deep conviction that it is necessary to create territorial division located in Dnipropetrovsk that will cover Dnipropetrovsk and Zaporizhia region. The same situation is with western regions. There we need to create a territorial division and respective units of detectives, for example, located in Khmelnytsky. Then they will be able to work in Ivano-Frankivsk, Khmelnytsky, Vinnytsia regions. So approximately like that. That's the situation, how it looks like. And what is most important is, in my opinion, to increase the number of staff should not result in the increase in the amount of materials. Direction an increase of the staff should result in the quality of materials, of documenting, the quality of information obtained, and this way it will result in the quality of materials of the pretrial investigation. That is my answer.
And just a follow-up to that. So you are not concerned then that by increasing the size of NABU, that you have the potential for bringing in to NABU people who would not hold the standards of NABU? In other words, because you're hiring more people, you have a potential greater risk of bringing in people who would not live up to NABU standards. So you are not concerned by that possibility.
I understand your question. I think that there exists a proportional probability that the number of candidates who come to participate in the competition right now, that's the same probability. We know many of them. We see those people who come to participate in the competitions. These are well-known faces. But I would like to say what we are doing in this respect. We conduct a sort of recruiting. When we cooperate with other law enforcement bodies, when we meet with civil society, with other people, and we see among them competent and honest people, and then in this case we invite them to participate in the competition. We tell them, prepare for the competition, submit your applications. If you comply with this criteria, you will be selected, and then you have a chance to become one of us.
As to the risks related to increase of corruption if the numbers go up, well, probably that will mean higher workload on the heads of those units in terms of supervision of their staff, and that would require internal control department, and would increase the workload on them to make sure that they do their preventative actions as pertains to new personnel, not only when they are already hired, admitted to NABU, but at the moment of their vetting at the stage of competition. I think this is the major sense of this activity.
Thank you. I have no further questions right now.
Дякую. Будь ласка, пан.
Thank you, Kirill. Please go ahead. Sergei Anatolyevich, thank you for your presentation, although we don't like thanking a lot during the interviews, but still, yes, thank you for your presentation here. You say there is a need to increase the personnel, and I already see even a plan for the next 6 months in your presentation. But your colleague, who just spoke to us before you, he told us that there is no hryvnia for the development of NABU for this year in the budget. We all know the reasons. So don't you think that you should still start with the budgeting first, so that plans do not remain only on paper? Definitely. I totally agree with you, and when we plan something, we need to plan the sources of funding. Certainly we can't do it quickly, but these are the strategic objectives, and we need to achieve them. Another provocative question, because in the plan of development for institutional capabilities of NABU, you said the deployment of a system for disclosure and prevention of crimes. What would make it different from the same system at the SBU? Okay, I will explain it. It is going to be different because it's going to be have its own focus and specialization. We have certain subjects of crimes that are within the competence of NABU, and this is what we are going to focus. We are focusing already the system on, and we will continue doing so. The SBU, they have different tasks. For example, talking about prevention of corruption, for SBU, the information that they get in this regard is a kind of byproduct for their major objective today, according to the instructions set by the new management. It's intelligence, counterintelligence, and internal security. These are the major objectives for the SBU. All the other issues, I mean, they see them, they listen to them, they hear them, and then they refer those cases to the appropriate authority, and we get some of them too. One of the items for the implementation of development plan is to intensify the operational and search activity. I'm not an expert on that, but what would be the safeguards that you want to install to make sure that the system to make sure that there are no potential provocations in the future, because it will bring your effectiveness down to zero? Well, firstly, that would be checking of information, supervising the operational level supervisors. And at NABU, you should understand, we don't have a plan for identification, for kind of pre-identification. We work with actual information. We get information, we check it, and then we respond. If there is no information coming in, no one is trying to make it up. In the development plans, I'm coming from the institutional capability to the legislative initiatives here, and I see that you have a systematic approach. How are you going to get the necessary result on the level of the Parliament of Ukraine, given your global and system-wide goals and objectives? Well, I think you just need to communicate with people, with the appropriate committees, dedicated committees, and individual MPs on general events focused on these topics, or maybe at special dedicated forums. We need to explain what is our objective, our goal when we offer certain legislative changes. And I believe that there are enough members in our parliament who support the ideals of the fight against corruption. For the development of institutional capabilities, you say that in the development of international cooperation is important. I may be mistaken, because again I didn't see all the documents because of subjective reasons, but I deeply believe that the NABU is a law enforcement in the past, and today is a central executive authority today that has the biggest network of contacts and opportunities to get information. This is my subjective feeling, but I think NABU has more than enough of international support already and contacts. What exactly do you need to develop? Yes, I agree that the international support of NABU is extensive, significant. I've been talking about the development of contacts as part of the international legal assistance. Some types of crimes, I mean financial crimes, for example, or economic crimes, they need some time, because filing those requests for international legal assistance takes time. And in this sense, direct cooperation, direct contacts with certain countries is needed. As I know, in Europe, it's already a regular thing. When countries have direct agreements about international legal assistance, and law enforcement officers talk to each other directly. And that helps to reduce time to execute those requests for support. Thank you. Thank you, Pavel. Please go ahead.
In the methodology of for evaluating candidates' competence, is stated that candidates have to have ability to define goals and to unite people around these goals. How do you define your goals and how to unite people around goals you have defined?
Microphone. I talk to my subordinates. We reached that kind of level of trust so that we could speak the same language. Because important is that every member of the team understands the common goal and shares it. All the team members should understand that they have equal opportunities, that their supervisor treats all of them fairly, and we achieve mutual understanding and those common goals, firstly through open communication and radical directness in our conversations. Maybe you can dig deeper into your question so that I could give you more details. Microphone.
You have said that you achieve such a level of trust which allows you to do that and that. But how do you achieve such a level of trust inside your team?
Well, that's easy. I go from bigger level of trust to smaller one. So I trust every single employee from the very beginning, and I treat them openly. And each of them can approach me anytime and talk about the technology issues, ask for support if they can't do something. So it's a kind of concept of a family. Each of them understand that he can rely on my support. But when there are negative things going on, I also talk to them in a really principled and straightforward way.
Well, my next question is related to the decision making. Could you tell us how do you make decisions in stressful situation and in critical situation?
In stressful and critical situations, if I have time, I collect information, I learn the details of the matter that I need to decide on. If I have time, I listen to the people who are related to this process, and then I make the decision clearly and accurately in this way. If I can choose, I choose the decision that will lead to the positive result with the probability of over 50%. If the situation is really fast and you must make a decision without learning the details or consultations, I make the decision based on my internal, own understanding, based on my professional and personal experience. I'm doing it like that.
And what role your team plays in your decision-making process? You have said that you just make decision. No time I am making decision.
Well, yes, if I don't have time at all. But at the beginning of my response, I told you that the team is involved in coming up with options of decisions. I am always the one who makes the decision, but the team is involved in studying the situation, in simulating options of decisions and reports this information to me to make the decision. This is how the team is involved into the decision making.
Correctly, did I understand correctly what if you don't have time, your team isn't involved in decision making?
Well, when it hasn't been the case yet so far, when we never had a chance to talk to our team. I always try to find time to talk to the team and to understand what they are offering in a particular case. I am interested to make sure that the team perceives every decision made as a decision that we made all together, not only the decision made by the supervisor. But I understand what you mean.
The following question to the effectiveness, increasing, from my point of view, it's easiest way to increase your capabilities just by increasing your manpower. But did you analyze other possibilities to increase effectiveness and efficiency of your capabilities?
Yes, I did. And one of the decisions that could significantly increase our capabilities and effectiveness would be the decision related to technology. Technologies, I mean automation and digitalization of all the office processes, both investigative, operative work, analytical work, as well as measures to ensure informational security. For example, I believe we need to be at that level when we have absolutely every workplace of an operative and the operative supervisor is automated and when everything is consolidated. There is a big reserve space in terms of acquisition of modern technologies and equipment that could help us also to enhance our effectiveness, as well as automation of procedural activity, the so-called e-case technology. When it is fully deployed, it will significantly reduce the time. For example, when my staff are working from Lviv or Odessa, Kharkiv, now they are moving all the time. Yeah, they're taking their materials, go to Kyiv, go to the prosecutor's office, to the court. E-case would help us to address the issue and save on-time resources many times. So, yeah, that's a very much important too.
In spite of that, let's make assumption you will get necessary resources to buy these technologies you have mentioned, and in spite of that, you have to increase your manpower twice?
Well, not twice. My plan is to have up to 1,000. My real plan, actual plan, is up to 1,000 staff. It's not twice. Now we have 700. Now we have 700. My plan is up to 1,000. I think that if we have necessary technology, that would be enough.
Дякую.
Thank you, Alexei. Please go ahead. Good afternoon, Sergei Anatolyevich. Yes, very good presentation indeed. You talk about international cooperation here, and you are one of few who said in their form that civil society organizations can give reference about your activity. In your operations, the director, how do you see the cooperation with the civil society and how to develop it? Okay. We are in constant cooperation with the civil society sector. In some regions, they were the only allies that we had for some time, in some regions.
We always attentively listen to those requests that are submitted by civil society organizations. We listen to the data that they provide during working meetings, some forums, general forums dedicated to fight against corruption during personal meetings. What civil society organizations are doing, that's very important because they are passionate about what they are doing, and probably just like any other citizen, they are interested in overcoming corruption in our country. Thank you. How do you think with which structures of the law enforcement sector should you develop cooperation in Ukraine, first of all, and of course cooperation with the security service of Ukraine, to which you also have quite a big affiliation? Okay, I understand your question. I think that cooperation should be developed with all law enforcement bodies, public authorities, and government bodies. Why? Because there should be a system of fight against corruption, not some separate body or some separate agency fighting against corruption. Fight against corruption should be waged by the system, which includes legislative bodies, the cabinet of ministers, among other things, and not only all law enforcement bodies, but all bodies, public authorities, local self-governance bodies, all of this should be aimed at achieving the single goal. And specialized law enforcement bodies, like for example the NABU, are only not even the scalpel, but like the tip of the scalpel when some problematic moments are removed, which are obvious for everyone. But first of all, we have to carry out reforms, remove reasons and conditions that create what we call corruption. I have another question to you. Right now, you've been delegated to the security service, and you've pointed out that you plan to return after the end of hostilities. In case you win this competition and become director of the NABU, how do you see this transfer from your current position, your current activity, to the work in the NABU much quicker, probably, than the end of hostilities? Thank you. Yes, I will answer this question. I've mobilized. I'm not delegated, I'm mobilized due to the martial law as the officer in reserve. First of all, I'm holding a specific position that is not critically important. That is functional, but this is not critically important. Before that, the security service, with my absence, has successfully worked for 7 years without me. That's firstly. Secondly, there are some mechanisms that allow to resign from the military service, even in the current conditions, but I believe that so far it's too early to discuss that, frankly speaking, but there are legal mechanisms to do that. In the security service, when I came there, I openly told them that I'm here because of the war, and after the war, I will go back to my staff, my team. My team is waiting for me in the Anti-Corruption Bureau, regardless of whether I win the competition or not. So sooner or later, I plan to come back to the Anti-Corruption Bureau. And my last question to you. Everyone points out the need to create your own center, expert institution. Can you please tell us why do you think that this is the most important right now? Because basically every participant mentions creation of this own expert center. Mr. Alexei, that's because everyone who has a relation to the investigation of crimes knows how much time it takes to carry out the expertise. Sometimes you can wait for them for over a year and a half. And right now, we turn to expert institutions that are subordinate to the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Internal Affairs as a rule, in some cases to private experts. But creation of the specialized institution will ensure that it will ensure the speed of conduct of these expertises while preserving objectivity, because an expert bears criminal responsibility for the opinion that he or she is providing. Besides, I see that these institutions should be not in the structure directly of the Bureau, but under the Bureau. Its head has to be selected based on the competitive procedures, maybe appointed by the director or even by probably the cabinet of ministers of Ukraine. That's it. Probably there is no huge difference between them, but it will provide us with not being in the light in other expert institutions, and this will increase in turn effectiveness of investigations of corruption offenses, what is expected from us by the society. Thank you. That's all Thank you, Alexei. Please, Drago.
Thank you. Well, let me say, first of all, I'm really very happy that, let's say, we will be able to discuss some really professional stuff, because on the basis of your presentation and the basis on presentation you brought today, this will be easier for me to do. But let me start with the question. Were there any other NABU employees or detectives who have been mobilized to work for the SBU?
Yes. In my 4th unit, for example, only 5 detectives have been mobilized. I have been mobilized to the security service. 1 employee has been mobilized to the special forces. 1 employee has been mobilized to the territorial unit, and 2 of them have been mobilized to the armed forces of Ukraine. That's only from my unit, 5 people. Unfortunately, 1 of our employees got a serious injury during the battle in Kharkiv, and is undergoing rehabilitation right now, and he has a poor health condition right now. We have lots of detectives or employees from other units of the Bureau who have also been mobilized to the armed forces of Ukraine and other military formations. So that is, these are not unique examples.
So you told your current colleagues at the SBU that you will one day, sooner or later, you will return to NABU?
Yes, since the very beginning, basically.
Comes then they offered the apartment to you. It is normal that people who are mobilized to work for the SBU get an offer to get an official apartment from the SBU.
Yes, I understand your question. With respect to the apartment line, I've been in this line for about 23 years.
Not in the SBU?
In SBU.
The apartment is SBU if you're working for NABU from 2015.
I will explain. I resigned from the security service based on organizational and staffing changes. This allowed me to stay in the line to get the apartment because I was not provided with the accommodation as the military service member during my service in the security service. This complies with the legislation.
I didn't want to say that it does not comply with the legislation, but I would expect that if you would be in a line for the apartment, that you would be in the line for the apartment at NABU. But let's leave this. But currently, where do you live now? Where do you live now?
Let me please in the NABU, there is no line for the apartment at all.
And where do you live now?
Right now,
Да.
yes, of course. I am renting an apartment. I live separately from my family right now. I've told you previously about that.
You said when you responded to Karin's question, when she was asking you about, let's say, how you will deal with this occasional problems between NABU and SBU, you said that as a proof that you know how to handle this, that the fourth, your unit in NABU has investigated two SBU officials for corruption.
Так.
Yes.
Did you know about this investigation before the end result was made public, or you just learned about it when the end result was made public?
One of these investigations was a joint operation. Joint operation, it was successfully completed. Right now, in the security service, they have a significant process of self-purification, and they have active work with respect to corrupt employees and employees who betrayed them.
So that was, you said, joint operation.
Yes.
Next question for Karin about, let's say, about this problem we are discussing the whole week already, how to get NABU in the position that it would conduct the, let's say, the interception of communications by itself. You said, I know how to do that, and then you explained what is all needed to get there, but you didn't tell us how, in practical terms, you would really do that. Because for sure, let's say, and this is not just the case in Ukraine, in all countries, I know, including my own, the intelligence services are always fighting to give away this tool to the, let's say, law enforcement agencies. So how would you, in practical terms, do that?
Practically, it has to be done, in my opinion. We have to. There is this joint working group relating this issue. It is necessary to have a meeting within the framework of this working group and to achieve a specific technical solution. Right now, the main problem that requires technical resolution of this issue is once this technical issue is resolved, then it will be possible to buy specific technical equipment to connect to communication networks. But in order to have these decisions finally adopted, once all this is ready that I've just described, still it is necessary to raise this issue at a higher level, not only at the level of interaction between two agencies, but at the level of the government, at this top level. It has to be raised there in order to finally resolve this issue.
You're here because you see, NABU has it in the law. So according to the law NABU has to do it. So all what would be needed would be the implementation of the law. But I agree, you know, since we live in the real world, not in fictional one, I agree with you that it will have to be raised at the higher level. But maybe even us, we can help. Whom should be talked to? Who should be approached to make a decision to say, NABU, tomorrow you will do it?
I believe that it is necessary to address President and the head of the government.
while speaking, you also said that you were planning to increase the number of people, but not the number of let's say not the expenses related to technical equipment. You know, if you increase the number of people for 300, those 300 people will need to have cars, computers, and so on, so on. So how do you plan to do that? Increasing the number of people, but not increasing the expenses for the equipment.
To increase expenses on equipment gradually, it will be necessary to do that. But one of the sources for the resolution of this issue might be international technical assistance, according to the law on the National Anti-Corruption Bureau.
It is somewhere here. When you're describing the necessary legislative changes, you're also saying that, that as Director of NABU, you try to make the law on lobbying being adopted. No, lobbying is a typical anti-corruption preventive measure, not something which would be strictly in the framework of the NABU's of powers. So why do you think this is important?
It does not concern the authorities of the NABU directly, but it concerns the issue of political corruption. Therefore, I believe that it is important and necessary. If some social relations exist, which we see objectively, they have to be regulated by the law. This will allow to control them, and this activity will be understandable and legal. That is my suggestion, and I think that it is correct.
Activating proactive criminal intelligence. How? How would you do it? Activating proactive criminal intelligence.
This is related to additional resources. Right now, we do not have sufficient number of people who can specialize in this direction. Once I have these resources, these people will be trained. This will become a priority for them. This will allow to increase the flow of primary information, which will be used for criminal analysis.
That's why you said here, develop a network of confidence. So this falls together.
Yes.
Okay, then everybody until now was talking about introducing the criminal analysis to NABU. So what would you say, which type of criminal analysis NABU needs most?
Systemic and comprehensive criminal analysis is needed in the NABU. We have to analyze specific problematic directions. We have to analyze specific objects in which we are interested. Ministries, agencies, territories have to be analyzed as well. We have to analyze those people who significantly influence development of the operational environment in our line of work. We have to single out those of them who, first of all, whom we need to check first of all, and to process, whom we have to process first of all. We have to look for markers which will show that there exist problems, abuses in those spheres which belong to the competence of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. Drago, I'm sorry, I looked at the clock, yes. Unanimously voted for extending our interview. Please, Drago, continue, sorry.
You said first steps in the position, you said that you would conduct a comprehensive audit of our finances, then external evaluation and internal audit. Now, as far as I know, NABU is conducting many of auditing procedures already, because as you know yourself, NABU is not very popular, or it was not very popular with politicians here in Ukraine. So there are many audits conducted trying to undermine the position of NABU. NABU also has this ISO 37001 standard. Don't you think that, let's say, getting the position of director and immediately initiating 3 different audits is a sign of, say, non-confidence to what is going on right now in NABU?
Oh, I disagree with this opinion. It's the other way around. With these actions, we need to draw the line and understand the current state of affairs. And the objective is for us to understand what we need to improve in our activities. This is the objective. Objective of any audit, not to find some, violations or... I mean, the objective is not to find a violation, to understand the current state of affairs and what areas and how we need to improve. This is the objective.
Okay. And let me ask you, you've been the head of the detectives unit for 8 years now, from 2015.
7.
Okay, how many times did it happen that the director of NABU would ask you to, let's say, you have a case, let's say a Rotterdam Plus case, that how many times has happened that the director of NABU would ask you, this detective will not work on this one, put another detective there, or the head of the investigation will not be you, but be somebody else? How many cases, how many times did it happen?
Never.
You're saying the first step, one of the first steps, in certain cases you would rotate management and personnel.
Yes.
It never happened to you in 7 years, and now you will do this as one of your first steps.
Let me explain. We have worked for a sufficient term now, and experience of operation in any law enforcement agency indicates that people who work in one area with one type of cases, they get used to what they see, and to improve the effectiveness of the... It's not related to any particular person. It's a managerial method that helps to motivate people. For example, myself, I would change several times the operational line of work in my career every 3 or 4 years, and the science says that it is okay if you change it after 3 or 4 years. So when you get this new area of work, it becomes kind of, the job itself becomes more interesting for you, and I was more motivated on a new area of work. That's what I meant, not something else. So it is for improving the effectiveness of employees.
And the last one, and here I'll have to be very careful, not because of us, but because, we should not give up too many secrets of the law enforcement work to the bad guys. So you say here that you would establish the network of confidence. But let's say having a confidant or informant requires a lot of manpower in the agency too. And this is the part which I cannot explain because you know it already. The informants need people in the NABU who will lead them. So having a big network means you're having many officials or officers of NABU dealing with that. Don't you think it would be better to replace this course of action with, let's say, increasing technological means of NABU doing the same?
I think that these processes need to go in parallel. Nothing could replace confidence. No technology can replace actual people in our work. That would be my answer. Also, I want to say that we can involve certain people who have had some operative experience already. I mean, every employee that we have at NABU, they have their, well, if I can call them pocket agents. And if we hire that kind of operative, we hire not only them, but we hire their operative capabilities too. And I think this is also something that we need to do. I have a couple of points, couple of questions. Yes, I wanted really to thank you for the material that you have provided, and I have a question on that. The new anti-corruption strategy, 2021-2025, that has been adopted. What is its goal? And as I understand, this is the material that you gave us, and these are the pillars of a new anti-corruption strategy. How sustainable should this strategy be, in your view? And if you become the director of NABU, are you going to propose to take into account something that you manifest here as sort of pillars or changes of the current anti-corruption strategy? Okay, I understand your question. Let me answer it. Yeah. As I remember correctly, the goal in the new strategy is to achieve significant progress in prevention of corruption. And ensure a strong cooperation of governmental authorities and agencies related to anti-corruption activity to ensure the balance of this cooperation. Compared to the previous version of the strategy, if I remember correctly, they focused rather on the establishment of the anti-corruption infrastructure and institutions, but now, as I understand, the society expects already specific results, and the strategy until 2025 is aimed at the things that I just mentioned. So, in short, the society expects specific results, and we need to focus all of our efforts to deliver. Your vision of the future changes, does it match the goal that is outlined in the current strategy? I think yes, it does, because on the last slide I say here, speak here about results, and I say detecting systematic corruption on the early stages, effective investigation of crimes, and reduction of the level of corruption in the Ukrainian society. Thank you. And then the next question. If I'm not mistaken, at the previous interview we had a question regarding your teaching and regarding your scientific work. It was in 2014, 2015, if I'm not mistaken, you were a teacher, or maybe for a longer term. So, as a person who was inside the system, where do you see corruption risks in the system of higher education. I'm not talking about education in general, because I don't think you would remember when you went to secondary school, and you probably don't remember corruption risks back there, just like myself. But the corruption risks in the higher education, what are they? I understand. Okay. I probably would be thinking in general about higher education, not specifically about the schools I worked at, okay? The corruption risk in the higher education start at the process of admission. They are related to the enrollment campaign, the chances people have to abuse their positions at this stage, and everything related to the educational process. Then corruption risks as offering or receiving or extorting some undue benefit in the course of ongoing evaluation of students and final evaluation. As to the scientific work, the corruption risks are related with the admission to the postgraduate institutions and doctorate institutions. There can be risks as to the extortion of undue benefits in relation to the defense of thesis or publication of scientific articles. And also corruption risks, just like in any other area, can be related with administrative and operational activities. I mean, like procurement of goods or services, hiring of personnel, renting out land and property of the educational institutions. These are the major risks, I believe. Okay, and the last point at the moment. Many times we heard this answer, but still, what is the major leverage of the anti-corruption strategy? If we talk, and the people, when we asked this question, they said that the punishment should be irreversible. Please tell us, what is your understanding of the irreversibility of responsibility? Is it only about criminal responsibility, or should we be talking about the systematic understanding of irreversibility of responsibility? For corruption, I mean for corruption. I think, yes, we need to speak about systematic responsibility, because some of the writers said no law can that makes sense if it is not obeyed. And to ensure that people obey the law, they need to be responsible for that. Yeah, and a reversibility of the responsibility ensures this preventative effect on the people who may have some intentions. So I think this is important, the irreversibility of responsibility and punishment, and that's not only related to criminal area, but in general. Okay, thank you. Questions, Karen, please.
So my first question relates to communication, communication specifically with the public. You know, in the first 7 years of NABU, it took a while for Mr. Sitnik to develop a communications plan that balanced transparency, but with at the same time protecting, you know, the investigations from disclosure, as well as protecting individuals from, you know, their presumption of innocence. Give me your vision for your communications plan should you be selected as the director of NABU.
Firstly, I think that you should talk to the public, you should communicate to them our general plans, but not the plans related to individual investigations. As to the individual investigations, you should report about the concrete facts and achievements. And there should be feedback from the communication with the public, because a lot of interesting information can be received in the course of that kind of communication. So this is the way I see it.
But you know, when you get into the position of director, and there are cases, and cases don't always go the way that the public thinks they should go, that NABU is automatically criticized, and often the criticism is, well, NABU is just as corrupt as everybody else, you know, that they've been bought off. How do you communicate and overcome that default mechanism in the public sphere related to how law enforcement conducts its work?
I think that the most important thing is to be honest and open within the certain framework. If we talk about the secrecy of investigations, what we can share with the public, we should. But if we can't say something, we should explain why and when we can speak about it freely.
And my last question relates to interaction with investigative journalists. You know, we've talked about civil society in a lot of these interviews. We've talked about, you know, a communication strategy. But, you know, investigative journalists are going to get information, and they're going to want to learn more about what the information they're getting. They're going to want to get information from you. How will you address your relationship with investigative journalists?
These relationships are regulated by law. If there are publications on media that contain certain grounds to initiate proceedings, we will react, we will register those cases, and we will contact those investigations. But I have a small remark here. We all understand that the most effective stage of investigation is a covert investigation, when the subjects are not aware that the law enforcement agencies are interested in the activity. They feel confident, and in this case we can use covert means to document their actions and then catch them red-handed. But if investigation is started after the information has been published on media, then this covert stage is lost from the very beginning. So we need to, everyone needs to understand it, and in particular the investigative journalists. They need really to think how to build cooperation with law enforcement agencies correctly. That's what, I wanted to say in my answer.
No further question. Thank you.
Будь ласка.
Please, questions? Drago.
Well, I hope it will not happen, but it has happened in the past already. Let's say that Ukraine would get a government, a new one, or the parliament, a new one, who would not be very happy with what NABU is doing. And they would try to undermine, let's say, the work of NABU through legislative changes, through cuts in the budget, through media attacks. So how would you fight for NABU in such an environment? Currently, NABU works in a very, let's say, friendly environment. Not always, but more or less, yes, in the last years. But this might change. As you know, it has been, that has happened in the past. And then, of course, NABU will be, might be very much exposed. So what would you do to preserve NABU as it is?
Дякую.
Thank you. Drago, we will do what we used to do when we were working in a very aggressive environment. I worked during that period of time in the NABU, and I plan to do the same. We will defend our agency with all possible legal means.
Будь ласка.
Yes, Pavilas, please.
Answering questions concerning decision making and team integration, you haven't mentioned integrity. Why and what does integrity mean for you?
Я
I will answer with pleasure, Pavilas. I intentionally did not mention it. Do you know why? Because without that, we cannot have any anti-corruption activity without that. I forecast this question, and that is why I didn't mention integrity in this presentation, because nothing can happen without it at all. Yes, please, do we have any other questions? No other questions? So again, we are coming back to what we started with. You have 5 minutes. Thank you. I will probably finish sooner. At the end of our interview, I would like to express my gratitude to members of the Commission, Working Group, and civil society for interesting questions and for fruitful work. I'm a simple man, and I don't have close relations, connections in high top rooms. I'm remote from any centers of influence, but I have more important, that is support of my team and many colleagues from other units of the NABU. I was not a public person at all because of peculiarities of my work. Therefore, for me, it was not an easy decision to participate in this competition. I was inspired by support of my team and their belief in the opportunity to increase the fight against corruption to a new level. I took this challenge and I decided to complete this path till the very end. And I understand for many people I'm not a convenient candidate. And all people who know me clearly know that no one will be able to influence me in case I'm selected and appointed. The only thing that I will be governed with while taking decisions is the law and interests of the Ukrainian people. Thank you everyone for attention and goodbye. Thank you. Thank you, goodbye.